because I'm just going to go for about 5 minutes or something. Listen, tell James Hansen and Hunter Rev.
We're live now, Talia. We're live.
Good.
Okay.
Let's do a few introductions then, I think. Immortallium, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, since I'm hosting, I'll start. So, howdy, Immortallium here, my catchline. My main YouTube channel is Immortallium. I do manga reviews, anime reviews, discussions, etc., etc. What you're viewing now is my event stream channel. We're live. Where I do events, etc.
Do a few introductions then, I think.
I think that's a pretty good description. Yeah, since I'm hosting, I'll start. So. Okay, someone else want to introduce?
All right, yeah. I'm Archangel Manga. I do anime and manga reviews, mostly manga reviews, and yeah, my YouTube is Archangel Manga, hence the name. So yeah, next.
Yeah, go on. Sam here. Yeah, Facebook and Twitter as always. I do content such as anime reviews, anime first impressions, unboxing, video games unboxings, and a lot of hybrid stuff.
Oh, just Ben. Okay. For a moment, you just went into that little icon that Cynical has. I'm not sure what happened there.
And last but not least, I am Cynical Noob, and I do discussions, reviews, and all that good stuff. And that's about it, really.
Okay, cool. So we're going to be discussing our opinions of the anime community, what we like about it, what we don't like about it, how we think it can be improved, etc., etc. It's a vast topic and something that I've discussed in many of my discussion videos.
Mm.
Oh, one sec. One new message.
I got that also.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right, cool.
So, anyone want to begin with their experience?
Well, you mentioned we're going to start talking about like cons and like sort of physical experience with like the anime community.
Oh yeah.
But probably my first experience with it was when I went to the film festival in 2010, and I saw.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
Children.
We went to go see One Piece Strong World on the big screen in like the local town hall.
Nice.
And it was just awesome because it was my first sort of interaction with like other people who were into anime and manga, like people who were like into One Piece and things like that. So it was a completely new sort of experience for me. And then just from then, I started going to like little mini cons. Like there's one in Huddersfield that goes on. I think everyone's here. And then I went to the MCM down in Birmingham. But that wasn't really that good. I think some cons are kind of hit and miss for me anyway. So
yeah, they can be depending on the panels, the guests, etc., etc.
Exactly.
That and of course community kind of actions. If everyone's rowdy and completely nonsensical, then did I see? Well, for some reason, has my face gone?
No, it's fine.
No, you're still there.
Okay, just for some reason the little icon for Immortallium's events, which is still the standard square or whatever, showed up. Okay, what were we discussing? The cons, yeah. Anything else, Archangel? Oh yeah, Dylan's back, I think. I'm not.
Alright, sorry about that.
Oh yeah, fine. We're discussing our experiences at cons.
I've never been to a con, but I am this Saturday. Well, next Saturday for MCM Birmingham. My first con.
Nice.
Ooh.
That was the first con I went to as well. Pretty cool. Like when I went there was a few celebrities. There was Hayden Panettiere, from Heroes.
Oh yeah.
The cheerleader, she was there, and like he got to take photos with her, but he had to pay like 20 quid, and I was like, nah.
What one was your first? Birmingham.
Birmingham, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was cool, and like there was so many cosplayers there because it wasn't just necessarily an anime and manga con. It was like a lot of like Marvel and DC and like people.
Memorabilia one.
Yeah, just a general memorabilia. Like there was a massive group of Predators, and so on.
Cool.
Very cool con.
Yeah, I went. Was it the last MCM Expo I was at? Was the was it a May one? I did a video on it actually. My experience at the MCM May Expo.
Yeah, I remember that one. It looked really busy.
Yeah, it was really busy. A lot more and again, the cosplayers. there was far more cosplayers at it than I expected. Some damn good ones as well. I remember there was this. Not sure if any of you played Final Fantasy 9, did you?
I haven't played 9. No, I played a bit of 10. I haven't played
Well,
9.
there was a character, someone cosplayed as this kind of Moogle merchant from it, which was pretty epic. So I thought. Also got to meet the guys at Manga Entertainment, you know, Jerome and Jeremy.
Yeah. I the only sort of interaction I've had with them is on Instagram, because they've got Instagram profiles as well. So I follow them on there, and like they sometimes reply to comments and that. So I'd love to meet them. That'd be pretty cool.
Oh yeah, they're cool people. It was actually it was Jeremy's birthday, and we all sang "Happy Birthday" for him.
Oh, nice.
And then
he the one
someone
that's kind of
spoiled by
long, black curly hair? Which one is that?
The curly-haired guy is Jerome.
Yeah.
Jeremy's the bigger guy.
That's it. Yeah.
But I remember, like, right after we sang "Happy Birthday" for him, someone dropped a major spoiler for Naruto, and everyone just went completely quiet, just because, you know, how awkward it was. I remember Jeremy just simply said, "I didn't know that yet." He just pointed sound. It was hilarious. And then I listened to the podcast afterwards, and they cut out like a lot of the long gap there just to kind of make it more compressed. So yeah, that was some experience, I remember. So yeah, that was fairly epic, getting to meet them. And also I bought Panda Go Panda for a pound. You know,
yeah, I got Panda Go Panda for pretty cheap as well, but not at a con. That's pretty funny you mentioned that.
Yeah, I've noticed on your channel, well, it says you've seen one, but you haven't seen the 2 episodes of Panda.
Yeah, I haven't.
They're only 40 minutes. It's not that difficult to finish it off.
No.
Okay, so Ben, you haven't given your experience yet, have you?
No. About cons itself. Yeah, I've been to MCM London twice, and it was my first time last year. I went to the May and October one, and as you just mentioned, I met Jerome and Jeremy. Because there's a group of us which are always talking to them on Twitter, and they always respond to our questions onto a podcast, so it was nice to see them in person. But yeah, I think because most of my friends have already, they went to MCM Expo before I did, because like I said, the first time I went was last year. It certainly is an experience to go, but especially in May and October, they were oversold out, they had too many people. That was like over health and safety of what I've heard, and you could literally see that, because at some narrow stalls, you know, when trying to get through, it was like a nightmare. You get squished, you know, but depending what you've bought as well. So I had like a lot of bags with me, and like, don't damage my fingers, you know. I was like trying to squeeze through. It was a crazy day, and you know, the first time I went, I've learned a lot of experience of going, and which I did then in October. But both seemed to be like oversold out. It was crazy. So I like what they did in October. They opened the second half of the XL, but I don't think that helped as much. So hopefully next May, I don't a couple of months, isn't it? I'm not too sure if I'll be going in May, but I'll try and make it to the October one this year.
Cool. I think
you said you were in
it was like kind of oversold. Like I think that's necessary. I think that's kind of a good thing, because it gives them incentive to expand, and like, you know, it shows them how popular anime and figures and manga and that is. So hopefully, like in the next few years, or maybe next year or this year even, they'll open up more venues and, like, you know, bring, you know, anime and manga to the masses even more.
Yeah.
So Ben, did
you went there when it was ready?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what were you saying, Immortallium? You were going to say something.
Ben?
Yes.
Did you say you were at the MCM Expo last year, as in 2013? May?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, so you were there at the same one I was.
Yes,
Oh.
I could have met you. Who knows?
Yeah, we could have seen each other, and we wouldn't have recognized each other. Oh,
Exactly.
okay, that's pretty cool. We've possibly met in real life.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, that's the first time I've actually met a few of my friends who I've been speaking to the past 6-7 years on YouTube as well. So it was great, not only going to MCM, it was great to see them in person as well, you know, because I've been friends with them since 2008, and all that time, finally, I got to meet my friends who I speak to online. So not only that made the experience more, you know, I guess, because if I went on my own, it wouldn't have been as good, I guess. But with all my friends, it was a blast to hang out with, just for one day, obviously. I wish I would have gone for a whole weekend, but it was nice to see them after all these years.
That's cool.
Here's a question. Did you have over 1,000 subscribers? So I'm just wondering, did anyone kind of recognize you at the con? That they weren't expecting to recognize you.
No. I'm not that famous.
Not that famous yet.
Saying that, I've only had 2 or 3 experiences where people have recognized me, and that's in my hometown and Cardiff, which is quite weird.
So you're a local celebrity then, yeah?
Okay, thanks. That's all I would say, you know. They don't have much to say. They're just like, I know you. I'm like, do you? Yeah. I'm like, YouTube? That's it. I was like, oh, thank you.
I haven't had anyone who's, you know, like has met me in real life and knows my YouTube. They've already known me before I started actually going onto YouTube. So I haven't had any YouTube celebrity moments yet.
Not yet.
Could hit the big time soon, you never know.
I've been told to cosplay my character if I was ever cosplay.
What, that would mean you would have to get rid of your arms and just have your hands like Rayman?
Yeah, I know. It'd be awesome. I'd have to dress like a whole costume. It'd be pretty stuffy in there, but if I was to ever become like quote unquote famous, then I'd just probably print it on a shirt.
Yeah.
Just one moment, I'm just going to comment on the YouTube page. Don't be afraid to comment. No one's commented yet, so I'm just kind of wondering. It says we have 6 viewers.
I'm just trying to work out, because I don't have the YouTube page open because, I know there's like I think it's like a 12-second delay.
Yeah, I have it on, I just put it on mute.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't using my common sense.
Pretty epic seeing this, like, you know, 12 seconds ago. And we're a little different at the bottom side. The faces are in different order.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we've kind of covered our kind of physical experience of the anime community. I think relatively fast, but I'd say that most of our interaction with the anime community comes from online. I would say all of you agree with me on that.
Absolutely,
yeah.
Because I don't really know that many people who are really like into anime and manga. Like I've got 2 friends who are like into anime and manga, but not as much as I am. Like I've met more people like you guys, you know, only on YouTube, and you know, in real life there's not really that.
Actually, I just thought of something. Actually, I should probably mention. Not sure if any of you are in one of these. Well, but I'm in my college. There's an anime society.
Oh yeah.
I've mentioned it sometimes. They're an interesting group of people for spurring, you know, discussion topics and showing me new anime and all that. And the thing is, they inspire me. Like I'm not sure. Like Archangel, you definitely watch my discussion videos. Do you other two watch my discussion videos?
Yeah.
Yeah, occasionally.
Oh yeah. Do you know the ones? What ones would be good examples? Oh, the piracy one would be a good example of that.
Yeah, I know that one.
And the discussion on you know, how people only seem to want the new stuff and not the old stuff.
Yeah.
Because each week, in fairness to them, like they do have a great passion for anime and manga, but it's a bit odd, like talking to them and like realizing that not only have some of them not seen Akira, but they don't even know Akira. I just find that kind of flabbergasting, you know.
Facepalm.
Facepalm. Yeah, so I just find that amazing that people like can be anime fans and yet not even know of Akira. So that kind of shocked me into making a discussion video on it. In fairness, well, I'm just trying to think. The way that they work is each week after college, they pick a series. Usually it's a series. Sometimes it's a movie, but usually it's a series. And they show like the first 5 episodes from it. And if we feel like they're all pirates, so if they feel like they want to continue it on, they decide to do. They can watch the rest of it by themselves. But we get to see it up on a big screen and all that. It's a cool little thing. I show up because I want to actually talk to people in the flesh about anime and manga. It feels quite good to do that. And also, I don't know. I know I always oppose piracy and all that, but I feel like if there's like a massive group there and I literally have no power to stop it, I feel a little less guilty then, you know.
Yeah, you're kind of fighting a losing battle there, Immortallium. I think there's an anime society in my uni, I think, or like, but I haven't. I think it's like open to the public. I think anybody can join, but I haven't gotten around to doing it yet because I've just been so busy. But I would really like to join a community because like they go to there's this like little cinema complex place where they like hold like little events. And they like screen like really classic movies. I think last time they screened, I think it was some Studio Ghibli stuff, and they did some. I think they showed Akira as well. But
thank God they've actually seen Akira then.
Yeah. I mean, I speak to them on when I was on Facebook. 'Cause I'm no longer on Facebook. But when I was on Facebook, I would speak to them on their page, and they would just talk about just have little discussions about. What they should be showing and, planning things out. And it seemed pretty interesting. And I'd probably just go, for the 2 reasons that, I get to meet people in the flesh who are into the same stuff that I am, and 2, that I'm getting to see it on, the big screen. So, that'd be pretty cool.
Mm.
Yeah, that would be cool. Sounds a bit more organized than my one. It just seems to be whatever the will of the president.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, this week I'm going to be showing. I'm good friends with the president. I'm not sure if any of you seen that Star Wars marathon. Have you? That I did.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, you know the girl in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the leader of the society.
Oh, okay.
And I'm good friends with her, so I was able to convince her to show 5 episodes of The Slayers this week. So
nice.
Good old anime goodness.
How many people are in your society, Immortallium?
Well, technically we have 100, which is pretty good.
Ooh.
But from week to week, usually about 10 to 15 show up. So not much of the actual 100.
Wow, that is cool. I
keep in mind it's an Irish college, so it's hardly the most populated thing ever.
Yeah, true. Is it similar to I don't know if any of you watched or read Genshiken?
No.
I need to. They could actually have some nice looking omnibuses of it.
Yeah, I've only got the first one. I've only read the first 3 volumes of it, but I highly recommend that because it's just like a slice of life. It's just literally like reading an anime society. That's essentially what it is. So there's probably a lot of relatable things to all of us in there, just as whether you class yourself as otaku or not.
Yeah. I would love to read it. I hear it's hilarious. Although it does you do need to have some kind of knowledge of, otakudom and anime manga and all that in order to enjoy it, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I mean, there's a lot of references to a lot of anime and manga series that I've never even heard of that are probably just popular in Japan. But the humor is kind of universal. Anybody can kind of get it. You don't really need to have a massive knowledge of otakudom to be able to even just enjoy it. I think anyway, that's how I got from it, because a lot of the kind of series that they're talking about were going over my head, but the humor was still pretty good.
Oh, okay, that's a little different from what I've heard in general.
Yeah, but that's just from my perspective.
Oh, yeah. There is a series that I've mentioned, a novel series called My Girlfriend's a Geek.
Yeah.
And that's a series where you need to have good intimate knowledge of some series in order to get some of the jokes. Like I'm not sure if any of you have seen Gundam Seed. Have you?
No.
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 Okay, well, okay, so you wouldn't get this joke then, but there's a character in that called Lo Crusade. He's the masked guy in that. You know how they always have a mask guy.
Well, like similar to like
He
Shark.
was a Char in Origin. I think that's
Yeah.
yeah. So he's the Char of that series.
Right. Okay.
He's quite near the end. He's quite manic. You know, screaming, "We must cleanse all of humanity" or something like that. But the thing is, there's a Lo Crusade pot, like an actual cooking pot.
Yeah.
So there was the boyfriend had just gone over. The only anime he's ever watched entirely is Gundam Seed. He goes in and the mom's showing off the like his girlfriend's mom is showing off the Lo Crusade pot, and he's just as she's explaining it all, he's just imaging Lo Crusade's voice in his head. The manic, this pot will clean everything. It'll cook everything to a proper temperature of whatever. I was roaring laughing at it, and I was in an airport, so I was getting queer looks, but it was epically funny. But you would need to have seen the series for that. That's a series. You need a good intimate knowledge of certain series. At that point, I hadn't actually watched the original Neon Genesis Evangelion, so all the humor they had about it all went over my head, unfortunately.
It's kind of like an inside joke.
Yeah, so that would be definitely a criticism I'd have of that series. And that's not to say it's not good. Mike?
I was just thinking, because when we were talking about cons, there's a question that I wanted to ask you guys, like if you were ever to cosplay anybody, like who would you cosplay as? It's something I've considered, like, in the future that I would like to actually try it sometime, whether it's
Myself.
Yeah, but other than yourself.
Probably Kamina.
Or from Gurren Lagann.
Yep. Just because.
Nice.
I need to see
Kamina's
that.
awesome.
Anime Limited are going to be re-releasing it soon. Currently,
Yeah, but it's gonna be
Yeah, I've got it on pre-order.
release. I think it was only going to be about 2,000 copies.
that's a limited edition, though. The rest of
Yeah.
it should be in stock.
Oh, right, yeah, probably then, yeah. Alright, what
Yeah.
about you, Ben? Who would you cosplay as?
Well, I just seem to think everything's an effort, but the only true character I've actually cosplayed as on Halloween was Luffy.
Oh,
Just
nice.
simple job. I bought a red T-shirt from Primark, cut it up a bit with my Luffy hat, shorts, done.
That is actually a pretty easy cosplay. I kind of half cosplayed Luffy. I wasn't even at a con or anything, or I just literally went around town with my friend.
Yeah.
We had on some sandals. It was last summer, and some shorts and a T-shirt.
I did that on Halloween, and that's the first time I've actually dressed up as not a scary, character or whatever.
Yeah.
So I was one of the odd ones out. But funny enough, a lot of people recognised who I was, which I thought no one's going to recognise me. And
That's
they
pretty
kept up, oh, it's Luffy, yeah. Oh, well done.
Sometimes,
Making a TV broadcast, even if it was a 4Kids version. So
Oh God.
more recognizability there. So about who I'd cosplay as, well,
Yeah.
people always say, to me, it must be difficult for you to decide who you're going to cosplay as because so many anime characters don't have beards. So I don't know. If I was to think of two characters that popped to mind that I wouldn't mind cosplaying, even if I wasn't the hugest fans of them, was Gendo Ikari from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Oh yeah.
Very epic. And Asuma from Naruto.
Yeah. I see how those could work.
So I think that'd be a pretty good thing.
What
a
you could
good
do.
costume design, I guess, for Asuma, but for the Gendo, all I need is kind of a suit, I guess you could say, and maybe the glasses, which actually I already have. So yeah, I guess he'd be a pretty easy cosplay to do.
True. I was thinking what you could do with Immortallium even. You could like dye your hair grey and go as Monkey D. Garp. From One Piece.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said there.
I said you could dye your hair grey and go as Monkey D. Garp from One Piece.
I'm not too far actually, and Monkey D. Garp is he the no I'm thinking the dragon actually. I'm not too far in One Piece, you see. I'm.
All right. I will not spoil anything then.
It's the anime last I saw was. Oh god, what was the last scene? I just got, Collection 4. I've just finished that. So there was like a bit of filler near the end. And,
You're still in Alabasta then, right?
Yeah. Was it? Yeah, I think I've just met the other members of the Baroque Works. That was it that woman, then the guy with the swords for arms or whatever. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, you're at the Spiders Cafe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When they got with
As far as I've gotten, manga-wise, I'm up to volume 15, which was actually before it was the manga-wise. I just gotten to Tony. We haven't even met Tony in his actual tiny form in the manga, just the deer form. So I'm further ahead in the anime. I need to the way that I do my ordering is I watch all my anime first. And then once I'm near the end, I'll just order like another big chunk. So whatever way everything works out. I'm not sure when Collection 6 is coming out. I know Collection 5 is out now.
Yeah, that's the one with Usopp on the cover, I think. Collection 6, I think, comes out closer to the summer, maybe, hopefully.
Yeah. It's every other month, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah. But in America, those collections are like, I think there's about 10 or 11 of them now.
Well, they've just released 9, I know, and I think 10 will be coming out soon.
I think the actual Funimation dub, I think that's gone past. I think they've just cast the voice for Brooke, which is like Thriller Bark, which is like way up in One Piece. So
you hear that on Toonami, Toonami, like how it's come back in America?
Yeah.
Did you know when they started airing One Piece, the Funimation dub, they actually started over 200 episodes in?
Yeah.
Yeah. They mention that a lot in the commentaries, I noticed. And like how they always like kind of discuss how it was weird going back to like the first episode and kind of digressing in character development from where they'd started. Like, because I think they started in like the Skypiea arc, and then they went all the way back.
It was the Foxy arc. That's where they started. And
where did they start?
The Foxy arc, and that wasn't.
Right. Oh, that's even further in then.
Yeah, but the Foxy arc, I did not like that.
Did you not? No. I didn't like it in the anime, but I really liked it in the manga.
Yeah,
I was saying. Go on.
Just before I continue on, we continue on with this topic. Arch, can I just ask?
Yeah.
I can't remember which video it was, but you were looking at, I think it was Collection 3 box set of One Piece. Yeah. You said the filler in that, the dragon. Was that your least favorite filler arc, you said?
Oh, so far, yeah. I mean, so far I haven't come across a filler in any other anime that has bored me so much as that arc.
Really?
I just didn't see the point in it.
Really? The filler in Naruto didn't bore you as much as...
Well, I don't watch the Naruto anime, I just keep up to date with I just read the manga. I've only seen, the only Naruto anime I've seen is part 1. I haven't seen any of Shippuden.
Oh. Well, there's some epic fight scenes in Shippuden, in fairness.
Yeah.
Something just popped in my head. It's gone out now. I'll think of it in a moment.
What I was going to say was...
My point was, if that's literally the worst filler in One Piece, then I'm fairly comfortable with it, because that arc, in my opinion, wasn't that bad. I mean, it had its cheesy moments, in fairness, but I actually found it kind of enjoyable.
So I just thought that dragon was really pointless.
I haven't watched that arc
that
yet.
dragon arc, yeah, that was really pointless.
Yeah.
I fell asleep on it.
It's pointless, obviously, because it's filler, but, I thought it was still kind of fun, it was still humorous.
If I liked anything from that arc, I liked what's the little girl called again?
God, I can't remember. The only thing I can remember about her was that she was voiced by Brittany Karbowski, which was the same one who voiced Black Star in Soul Eater.
Oh, right, cool. But the only part of that arc I liked was when she was cooking for the Straw Hats, and it was just like a nasty black sort of mess. Nobody wanted to eat it, and then Nami stamps on Zoro's foot and just shoves all the food into his mouth. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
And that was funny, your man talking as well, just going on and on about the histories of the...
Oh my god.
Was it the millionth king of the island was so-and-so? I thought that was funny, in fairness.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, but I think just towards the end of it, in fact, what probably made me dislike that little mini arc so much was, what was his name? Eric the Whirlwind?
Oh, yeah?
The main bad guy. He was just irritating, I didn't like him.
I found the fact
had that pointless old
guy more irritating than Eric.
What's that?
You know, the really obese admiral.
Oh yeah.
I found him more irritating than Eric.
What, Admiral Nelson or whatever he's called.
I can't remember. I'm assuming he doesn't, like, he was killed, I think, at that filler arc, so he couldn't show up in another filler arc later or anything. So
yeah. Well, I definitely know Eric the Whirlwind was killed in that arc because when they're going up Reverse Mountain, he ends up being pushed into the sea. Like Nami kills him. Like when they're literally going up Reverse Mountain.
Oh yeah.
She just pushes him into the stream, and obviously he's a devil fruit user, so yeah, he has to be dead.
Yeah, she was so sure about it. Yeah. Should I ask if Watkins was in it? Is he online?
Well, I got him on Skype and he was in the comments.
Oh, he's Walking 00 coming in. Cool.
That would be epic if he show up. Invite him. Go ahead if you can. I actually just remembered a question I just wanted to ask. Have any of you actually sat down and watched those 80 episodes of Naruto filler at the end of part 1?
No.
Yeah,
No.
I watched all of Naruto.
You got through those 80 episodes, did you?
Yeah, because I bought the box sets from Americas because they were coming out every other month, and at the time I wasn't too sure if it was filler or not. I don't think I knew what the filler meaning was.
Okay.
And to be honest, of what I remember of them, I enjoyed them. I knew it was slightly slow because there was no Sasuke, but I didn't feel like, oh, I'm so bored that I'm falling asleep. But saying that now, if I were to go back to rewatch them, I'd probably hate them, if that makes sense. I don't know, but when I watched them the first time out, it was already in Shippuden, and I bought the manga for part 2. So this is canon, so what's all this then, you know? And then I figured out, oh, wait a minute, they did all this just to, wait until the manga went far ahead. But the first time I watched it, I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I remember back when I watched it, I had lower anime standards, so I was kind of cool at most of it. I watched 4 episodes a night to get as fast as I could through it, because even back then I knew that I wanted to get back to the main plot of Shippuden. Yeah. Because I had just gotten the 50 episode DVD box set of Shippuden, so I wanted to get onto that. But I didn't want to skip the filler because I'm a completionist.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I'm the same.
When I look back at it now, I think the only one I actually enjoyed, the only arc, was that. Do you remember that one where they were looking for that bug or whatever?
Yeah.
I thought that was a pretty decent arc, in fairness.
I liked the one as well with, I can't remember who was in the team, but 10 was in it, so she had a bit of screen time. And they were like looking after the king or something.
Oh, yeah?
I can't remember which arc, I don't remember filler that much. Like I said, it's been years since I watched that.
Yeah, most of the filler's gone over my head. The only ones I really remember from the filler are the ultra bad ones, and ones I kind of enjoyed.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that really made me the most, angry at how stupid it was. It was that one. Do you remember the Shino laughing episode?
Not on the top of my head.
Basically, it was I can't even remember the main plot of it, but for whatever reason, Naruto and Shino were sent on a mission to go to this place where they had to not laugh for this period of time because of an inheritance thing. But Shino had gotten sprayed with some laughing gas, so he was laughing the whole time. So Naruto had to not laugh at all of these gags while this inheritance ritual or whatever was going through. Yeah. It was the most stupid, pointless gag ever, and it was just an awful episode. That one, and I can remember some other ones. Yeah, that was an experience, I will say that, those episodes. but I'm never probably going to go back to them. Was it when I have children and I'll be showing them Naruto, I'll be like, kids, unless you want to torture yourself, just move on to Shmooden.
That actually reminds me of like, have all of you guys seen all of the Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z anime?
No.
Actually, I haven't. I'm waiting for you know how they're releasing the original Dragon Ball series.
Yeah.
Soon. I'm gonna wait for that because I bought the first season of Dragon Ball Z and I watched it, and I just found it kind of annoying how some characters, like, it seemed like they were more important than what we had seen just from that. Like, for example, there was that little I can't even remember his name. Do you know the guy with the really white face?
Tatsu.
That's the little guy who
With the little
short guy, and he looks a bit like a doll in some.
Yeah,
Chelsea.
Tatsu.
Yeah. Do you remember how he dies fighting off those fighting against the Saiyans?
Yeah, he blows himself up on Nappa, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like, you know, it was all done so sadly. It was like, oh my god, kind of in the anime. That's the way I felt it should have gone to me, and I was just kind of watching, going, I don't really know this guy. Why do I care? So I'm sure he's very important in Dragon Ball, the first series, and I'm sure seeing the development from that will help. But I decided that I should probably wait until the original Dragon Ball gets released. Anyway, so I haven't actually seen any of the. Well, actually, come to think of it, the first arc is full of filler, actually. Anyway, yeah, I haven't actually. I've probably seen the arc filler you're going on, but that doesn't matter. Go on.
No, because I was just saying, like, when Ben was talking about he didn't really understand the concept of filler, like when in his early anime watching days. I was kind of the same, because like, I own the Dragon Ball Z manga, but the Dragon Ball anime was the first thing I saw. And like, obviously now I know now that has a ton of filler in it, like the Garlic Junior saga, and there's that infamous episode where Goku and Piccolo go to drive-in school, which everybody loves.
That was an amazing filler.
I thought that too, but like when I read the manga and that wasn't in it, like when I was a kid, I was almost disappointed, because I was expecting to see, like, like a chapter or two dedicated to that one filler episode, because I didn't understand it was filler back then.
Right,
I actually went to a kind of a Q&A with Sean Scamell. Is that how you pronounce his name? You know, the guy who voices Goku in English.
Oh, okay.
And he said that was like his favorite episode to dub. Apparently, the driving episode.
So
was
awesome.
Hilarious.
No doubt. That's probably
when does that come in? Actually, how many episodes in?
Oh, I don't know. I think it's after.
It's during the Cell arc, ain't it? Well,
yeah.
Android arc.
Something like that, yeah.
What's that, like 6 or 7 season?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. We've kind of drifted off topic, come to think of it. That's fine, I guess, but we better get back to it for the moment. So, our kind of experience online, the anime community online. So, I guess a good way to begin that would be how we were received when we started our YouTubing. So, which one of us is the oldest, actually, come to think of it, in terms of YouTube?
I think that would be me.
Yeah, because I'm just coming to my first anniversary.
Well,
you want to kind of talk about how you were received, how people first responded to you, etc., etc.?
Well, I started YouTube like in the early days, and there's a lot of people get mixed up on what my channel is. I guess you can see it of a bit of a hybrid, but I think it's only been a year now which I've only focused deadly on anime more than anything else. And through that time, I've become friends with a lot of people. Before, I just did anime-related videos. So I had friends who I used to talk to every day about anime. But then I, meet new people online, such as you guys and other people who do anime community-based videos. It's a hard one for me because I've seen and lost friends as well, and some people don't like to. This is a minority, not all of them, and I don't want to get into too controversial, but there's a lot of people who don't want to talk to one another. But people who I have spoken to in the past 2 years, say 2-3 years, there's my good friends who have stuck, together for a long time, and then there's people who've come and gone, and it's various stuff, It's just, and it's because of your opinions, I think, on what you like and what you dislike, and they just can't take it. It's really weird. If you do review something, you got to be open and realize why this person might not like it. You can't be like, I've done this many times in my videos. You can't do a review and say, yeah, I'm right, I'm always right, because that's not going to work. You just have to say, like, what you like about it and why you think this will suit you and why don't you think this will suit you. So I've stayed away from bigger YouTubers, I guess, because I've followed the bandwagon. I used to do chapter reviews. I just didn't see the point of doing it because there's so many people doing it better, and I just with me, I'm always experimenting anyway, and the community is up and down with me. There's some good people out there, and then there's some people who are not so good out there. But that's not only anime. That's with any medium. That's in the video game community and any other community. So I'm not blaming anyone. It's just like it's a hit or miss,
Yeah.
Yeah, that does apply to any community. Okay, cool. Cynical, you're probably next up, I'd say, would you?
Well, considering I got into anime through I know I'm not talking about how we got into anime, but I've only been part of the community since 2012, really, which is not that long ago. And how I got through anime is from an abridged of One Piece called Non-Piece.
I've seen that.
I wanted to get into. I didn't think I'd understand the jokes of stuff if I hadn't already saw One Piece, so I watched all of One Piece. Like after I didn't really give a crap about the abridged, but because of how good One Piece was, like right from there I was engrossed into it, and like in October I created this account, and then in November I joined the Anime Galaxy, which me and Ben are part of. And yeah, I've known them for ages now, and it's all good.
Cool. I used to watch because there was that Non-Piece, and then the same voice actors who worked on that also worked on that Naruto Bridge series.
Naruto Bridge, yeah.
Yeah, which I found hilarious at the time, but now going back and watching it, I don't know. I think it's because my anime sort of tastes have kind of matured a little bit, because I haven't really been into anime that long. Really, I've only been uploading for just coming up to a year on. Let me see, what day is it today? It's 15 today, so 3 days from now will be my first year anniversary.
Well, you should do a video on that.
I know, birthday. I know. I probably will. But yeah, I've been into manga for years. But it's only since joining the YouTube anime community, like the YouTube community generally, that I've gotten more into anime.
Yeah.
So, I am not that really well versed in animes that are just only animes sort of thing, that don't have a manga adaptation or aren't adapted from a manga. So, I'm still kind of like on a learning sort of curve.
Yeah, but from your mouth, it seems you're making great progress on catching up on a lot of these animes.
Yeah. I mean, I've got like a massive backlog of stuff to watch, but I've just been watching some Clamp stuff over the weekend, like Chobits and stuff like that, and yeah, I don't understand why I haven't got into anime sooner, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I used to watch it back when I was a kid, like when there was the CNX channel, and then there was the Toonami block on Cartoon Network, and there was like Outlaw Star, Cowboy Bebop, The Big O, Gundam Wing. Obviously you have your Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and things like that, and that's how I got into like One Piece as well, because One Piece started airing on there, but it was the 4K dub.
Yeah.
At the time, obviously, because I didn't know anything, anything else, and I didn't know about censorship and editing and that kind of thing. I really enjoyed it. And then, has anybody ever watched Ultimate Muscle?
No,
I've heard of it. I haven't actually. I might have actually when I was younger. But that was,
it's really good because that used to air on Toonami as well, and that was absolutely hilarious. I really hope they release that, but I doubt they will. But yeah, Ultimate Muscle was so awesome.
More kids' version of it, or the uncensored version?
Well, I'd like to see an uncensored. I don't know who dubbed it. I don't know if it was for kids or probably it was for kids. Yeah, it actually was really good. It was just basically like about wrestling and like all these fighters from all across the universe like coming into. I can't remember the exact story, but it was really cool.
They had figures of them as well, I think. Maybe not here, but in America they did.
And I know for I don't know if they released the entire manga, but Viz Media had the license for the manga, like the Kanikaman Legacy or something like that.
Which they censored the manga a bit though to try to keep it more in line with the TV series. The manga originally is a seinen, so a lot of inappropriate stuff there.
Oh, I didn't know that at all. But like I said, I was a kid back then. I was like 13 or 14 when I was watching it, and no, it was still pretty cool. So I'd like to see an uncensored version to see how how it is differently to the censored version.
I would love to see Viz do some kind of uncensored re-release, but they probably won't do that. If they ever re-release, it'll probably be the same version that they did before.
Yeah, possibly.
I think that's what they're doing with the Dragon Ball stuff. As far as I can tell, the Dragon Ball Vizbigs are the same censored versions that they had when the Dragon Ball TV series was airing. So that's kind of annoying.
Yeah. I mean, I think anime and manga is popular enough now in the West for them not to have to like censor things to kind of lower the age demographic, because they know people like from 16 all the way up to even up in the 30s are still buying anime and manga that are normally targeted towards young teenagers and things like that. So I don't think they really need to censor stuff and flip manga and things like that anymore, because it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I guess I'll talk about now about how I got into the old YouTube thing. So I actually created my channel back in 2009, very old. But back then I don't think I even had been watching anime and manga. I did these. You can still see a couple of videos on my channel. I got rid of most of the videos I did back then, but there's a couple like the King of the Hill reviews. I'm still kind of proud of them. And it wasn't until last year, I think it was some contest that MP14 Anime that kind of gave me the confidence to actually come in and start reviewing stuff. And I remember that back then, one of the things that also gave me a hand, like the confidence to actually keep going to YouTube, was you, Archangel. Remember, I commented on the Book of Human Insects.
Yeah, that's how we first met.
Yeah. Just kind of to know that there was someone else kind of also developing, and the fact that we were able to go back and forth off each other, that gave me so much confidence to just keep going.
Likewise, because I think from that I went to go check out your Ayako review.
Oh yes, I think that's the only manga series I reviewed that was actually that I hadn't read just before reviewing it. I'd read it like a few months back.
Right.
Every review since then has been like almost immediately after I finished it. Like I've tried. I remember trying to review Buddha one time. I was Tezuka's Buddha, but it had been so long that I wasn't as up to date on it, and when I tried talking about it, it just came out sounding stuttery and everything. It just didn't work well.
I do.
So these days I just go with what I've just finished recently. Like for example, Triton, which So yeah, actually, just a bit of an announcement on here. I'll be uploading a manga review for 7 Billion Needles tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I finished that series. And was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was. So.
Oh, cool. So yeah, don't tell us what you think.
Actually, if you want to know my kind of my general opinion on it, without the actual review, I've already reviewed. Well, I have already given a score on Mal, so you can look that up if you want.
Will do. In fact, I probably won't, because I just want to go into review pretty fresh and just you know, obviously because I sent those to you, and you know, I'm expecting something new, because obviously I don't really know anybody else who's read it, because it's obviously out of print now, and it was pretty underrated to start with. So to know that somebody else has read it and reviewed it, I'm just going to go into it completely blind and then check your mal score after that.
Yeah, one thing that kind of I thought was quite interesting about that was at the back, you know, there's the advertisements for stuff. And one of the things it was advertising for was a series called Twin Speaker. Have you heard of it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I looked it up after that, Twin Speaker, and apparently it did fairly badly for Vertical from sales-wise.
Oh.
And they actually released the last few volumes in these kind of 2-in-1 omnibuses. And they actually, there's some line from them saying, you know, most other companies wouldn't even bother finishing off the series. So I thought that was interesting. But I was thinking, if that series failed majorly, and I guess actually, no, that's not a fair thing to say, because I think I have some Naruto volumes that advertise Gintama, and Visit cancelled Gintama. Mm-hmm. So I guess the popularity of the series, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that other series that are advertised in it will become popular. But I just thought it was interesting. That, and there was a book series from Vertical that was also advertised that also they cancelled. What was it called? Guin Saga? Was it? The Guin Saga?
A bit now.
It's like this huge running novel series in Japan. Like over 100 novels have been released so far.
Jesus.
Insane. But Vertical have only just released like only a couple, and then they dropped it because of the bad sales. So I was just thinking, like I don't think they've mentioned anywhere how 7 Billion Needles did sales-wise. But I'm kind of suspecting from the fact that it went out of print that it probably didn't sell that well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I enjoyed it, and I mean...
Well, it's a very critically acclaimed series.
I haven't read that many reviews, and I haven't seen anybody really review it, so I can't really say whether it's, you know, well received or not. But
from the from Google, like if you type in like 7 billion needles manga review, it seems everyone seems to be very positive about it. So
fair enough.
The general reception of it seems to be quite, you know, good, very good. So, but that's the thing. Twin Speaker was also very well received, and it still didn't do well in the sales at all.
That's surprising. I mean, I've heard it's done pretty good. I mean, I've got the first 2 volumes of it here, but I haven't read them yet.
Twin Speaker.
Yeah, I've got them. I'm right next to my shelf, so.
Yeah, I think they're out of print now. Did you get that used?
But the artwork doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, it's almost childlike in a sense. I think.
It is, yeah.
But it's a seinen, as far as I know. So I think it's a seinen.
Me and my friend, like I've got a friend who I work with who's really into anime, and we're both simultaneously watching Chobits right now. And he's absolutely adamant that it's a shoujo, and that the manga's originally a shoujo as well. But I keep saying to him, no, seriously, it was published in a seinen magazine. It is a seinen manga, but it's like, but no, it's written by Clamp. And I was like, just because Clamp's a group of women doesn't mean that they necessarily write romance and shoujo. You know, they do everything.
No, I've had that experience as well. Was this back when I did the manga marathon? I mentioned girlfriend somewhere. I can't remember where exactly I mentioned. You know, the manga.
Yeah, girlfriends. Yeah.
I explained that it was a seinen. It was published in a seinen magazine, but everyone like kind of freaked out, going, "No, it's a shoujo. It's a shoujo." I looked it up, and the advertising for the manga magazine was seinen manga, but no, shoujo manga for seinen men or something like that. I don't know.
Right.
They didn't mention shoujo manga in fairness, but it is a seinen originally. Yeah. But people were just kind of freaking out a bit about that. So I don't know. It just seems a bit. It seems a bit odd sometimes, those demographic stuff.
There's in the anime community, I've noticed that there's a lot of like unwritten sort of ignorant rules, like what's this whole thing about people believing that they can learn Japanese by watching anime? That's crazy.
Yeah, I've heard that. Like you can't learn. Like okay. Anime might be a good way to supplement it. I mean, if you're learning Japanese and then you go home and you watch something in Japanese,
yeah,
you're obviously
going to be watching anime. You're not going to learn anything.
No, I mean, like if that's the only thing, then no, it's not. I've watched, a good few series Japanese, and it probably didn't give me any more benefit than not watching it at all. The most benefit I've ever gotten is actually going to a class on it and learning like some of the writing system and everything. So
the only thing
just because like the main thing you learn if you watch anime is Japanese customs in particular. You're not going to learn anything about the actual language or the writing system from anime. Until recently, I think about a year ago. Like I've been into anime way longer than like a year, but until a year ago, I didn't even know how the Japanese writing system worked. You know, I used to see that in anime all the time. So
yeah,
the only thing I can see about learning from anime is because you've watched it for a long time, you just pick up words which you know what is what. That's all I've learned from listening to anime. So obviously I watch it with subtitles, and you hear a word and you know what that means before you read it. That's the only thing I've learned, I guess. But like you said, you can't really learn from it because believe it or not, Japanese people don't speak like anime characters are, because no one in their right mind is going to shout as crazy as they do, like for example on Naruto, because that would be considered rude.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm the same. Like from what subbed anime I've watched, because I mostly watch it in dub. Like there are sort of like little words that you do pick up that you know what they mean. Like when a character goes "yosh," that means like okay, let's get started or something like that. So there's definitely a few little words that you can pick up. But you won't be able to.
Sugoi, jotamate, kawaii, kwai, honto, masaka, all that. Just one phrases like.
Yeah, the one word kind of ones are the easiest to pick up, I'd say, because in the subtitle, just literally one word, and you have your one word. Like, so if someone goes like baka, that's the biggest word I picked up. So baka and means idiot or moron or something like that. Okay, that makes sense. But
if it's a long subtitle, and because
you're not going to pick up anything from.
No, but if it's reversed, well, it is reversed the way they say it. So they might say stupid, and you're like, oh, I know that's stupid, but you don't read it until towards the end of the subtitle.
Yeah. The grammar system.
You know it's coming. It's like, oh, I know that. I was right.
So, so that idea that you can actually learn Japanese properly from just watching it, that's a flawed idea.
I think especially like here in the West, like when people pick up like these words like kawaii or baka, they get like so overused to the point where it's annoying.
Yeah,
I've seen it quite a lot where like people will just like use it like in just their like daily sort of speech, and like get branded like weeaboo. It's like they get to like a weeaboo sort of status, and it just gets.
It's like saying lol in real life.
You what?
It's like saying lol in real life,
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Just hash.
Actually, I've come to think of it, I was at NamCon, which is this kind of Irish convention up in Dublin, and there was a Japanese woman there, just teaching some people just kind of a general use Japanese, and she said if there was any anime that actually seems to use proper Japanese, it was the Ghibli films, where they're more polite, they're more.
Oh yeah.
They use proper. What's the term? Honorifics and nouns and all that. Whereas in everything else, it's just manipulated too much. I'm not sure if that's the correct word, but they, as you said, they speak completely differently in most anime than they would in real life. So. But I think that was a lot of. I guess Ghibli are like the Disney of Japan, so they would be aiming at the mainstream.
Yeah. I'm just going to go get a drink, guys. 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'll actually just check the comments. There's a good few comments actually on the YouTube page now.
Bloody dog's going off again.
It's mostly from Kanipa, which I respond to.
Callum, shout out to the Kanipa effect.
One thing that that I set up before we started this was a Q&A thing. I'm not sure if anyone's using that at all. I see it on the YouTube page. Be part of the conversation. Click to join the live QA on Google Plus Hangouts. But no one's asked that yet. So, guys, I'll just speak to the viewers for a sec. Guys, if there's any questions, like we'll do kind of a Q&A thing at the end. If that's you guys okay with that? I'll talk to the other people now.
I'm alright doing Q&A. Let's do that.
Yeah, so that'll be at the end. And I'm thinking maybe while we're discussing everything else, they can be getting questions ready. So don't be afraid to ask questions on our... I'm not even sure how that works. When you click on it, what does it do? But I have the questions thing up now, and there's nothing there. So I just thought I'd bring it to people's attention. Okay. Let's see. One thing I'd like to actually just briefly talk about is, you know, what we're watching and what we're reading right now. You guys cool with that?
Yeah.
We might wait for Archangel to get back first.
Okay. Sorry, some crazy stuff's going on in the house.
Do either of you read Hunter x Hunter?
Yeah, I watch it.
Yeah.
I haven't caught up with the manga or anything. I'm still behind.
When you say you watched it, you're talking about the Madhouse 2011 version, right? Not
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one that's going on weekly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Madhouse one. I have not actually watched that. I'm hoping that they license the Hunter x Hunter anime soon, because as far as I can tell from like Toriko and Fairy Tail, they seem to pick up these ongoing continuous series like 3 years after they begin airing, and Hunter x Hunter started in 2011, so hopefully, fingers crossed, this year someone will pick it up.
Maybe Funimation might dub it.
Maybe. The Viz Media dubbed the original Hunter x Hunter, the 1999 one, so maybe they'll be interested in the new series. I don't know. I don't know how it did for sales-wise. It seems they don't distribute it anymore in the original, so maybe it did badly for them. I don't know. But anyway, with the manga, I'm up to the Greed Island arc.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Because,
we're ahead of you, Dan.
They're right now, they're training against that cannon dude with the scissors.
Yeah, I know.
I'm really enjoying it. It's really fun. To me, I don't want to get hatred for this, like some people do. Like some people think if you criticize a series at all, it means you hate it.
Yeah.
I just simply want to say that I actually personally prefer Hunter x Hunter to One Piece. Now, keep in mind, I haven't gotten that far into One Piece.
Yeah.
But I've actually read more One Piece manga than I have Hunter x Hunter manga at this point. Like I just read volume 14 yesterday of Hunter x Hunter. And I personally feel it's a bit more down to earth. The drama feels a bit more real. I just personally prefer it. That's not to say that I disagree with everyone else who prefers it. Archangel prefers One Piece to Hunter x Hunter, and that's not to say like, of course, he does have the advantage of having read a lot more of it. You too, you're much further in One Piece than I am, right?
Yes. Well, watching wise, yeah.
And as far as I can tell, most people seem to say that One Piece is a lot better later than it is near the beginning.
Yeah, with all big series, I would say there's a slow pace to any story. But at the moment, for the last two arcs, I would say it's really slow paced because each episode only covers a half a chapter or maybe just one chapter.
Oh god, that's like beginning of the Shippuden.
Yeah, so you can see how slow it gets.
Then again, I was kind of looking at the number of episodes they had, and I was kind of wondering how much filler One Piece has. I mean,
It's got its fair share.
Does the other three.
Well, it's got its fair share.
It's got a fair share, but it doesn't last as long. It doesn't last a whole year.
not like Naruto, where in that one time.
Yeah, or Bleach, yeah.
Actually, a good point about that would be, I'm not sure if any of you, I can't exactly remember his name, I always mess it up. You know, the Insane Game Freak.
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did these videos that I found absolutely hilarious. Looking back, where he actually goes back to like one of the first videos he's done and actually gives a commentary on it. And it was hilarious watching it because his opinions have changed so much on some things. Like, he hates Bleach now, but he loved Bleach back then, and he was just ridiculing the crap out of himself. But one thing he said was Bleach fillers don't run that long, which he burst out laughing at that. And I can agree with him because I've seen the Bount arc. The Bount arc is 50 episodes or something.
I hate Bount arc, Jesus Christ.
To be honest, I'll just quickly get off my chest. I understand the pain for people who watch that every week. Yes, because it was a year-long filler, but because I just marathoned it, I still didn't like it. But I didn't experience the same, as people who watched it weekly.
Yeah, I'd say
I would say it's one of my worst fillers, but I did enjoy it at time, some places, but.
Yeah, some spots were cool. I mean, some of the characters' backgrounds were pretty cool, and the idea of the band was cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone, though,
No, well, a lot of my friends, actually a good few people at the Anime Society, they actually stopped watching Bleach because of the Bound arc.
That's the biggest problem, because that took a whole year to, span out, and everybody just I wouldn't say didn't give it a chance, just forgot about it, and Bleach does come, good again after that, but I think that was major damage for the scene.
Yeah, I would say so. Probably not as much damage as the Naruto filler.
The Naruto Shippuden first filler, I hated that so much, but I hated the second filler even more. That was really boring. I can't remember the name of the arc, but it was one where that they were taking this kid because with the main protagonist was he could do a jitsu with crystal. I'll look it up now, but
actually was it? I'm watching Naruto Shippuden with my parents now. I'm rewatching it.
You got your mum and dad into Shippuden
right now. And personally, I wouldn't say it's the worst. But the one that seems like it has the most potential to be the worst, at least, is I haven't actually gotten majorly into it, but the one after the Invasion of Pain, the kind of flashback. Yeah.
I haven't watched all of them because when I marathoned them on Crunchyroll, I skipped all the filler, and I had to catch up because I was buying Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 2, and I knew I was going to get spoiled, so I caught up with the manga, then I played the game, and then I watched it, and I skipped all the filler until after that. So every time I buy a DVD, I watch the fillers, I force myself to watch it, like you said. Yes.
Yeah, one thing that I think, from what I could see at least of that arc, I as I said, I was at the most recent, actually, the most recent box that I have of Naruto Shippuden, it only has a couple of episodes of that filler arc in it. But from what I can tell, the most annoying thing is that at the beginning of each episode, it's set in the present, after the Invasion of Pain.
Yeah.
There's actually some major development going on. Like, for example, with Danzo. I probably shouldn't say what happens, but with Danzo. That happens at the beginning of one of the episodes, and it's major. It's a major point, and yet, for the rest of the episode, it's complete filler. So I'm thinking anyone who skips that filler, they're going to miss a good few important points, and that's probably why they stuck it in, so people will have to keep up with it, or watch it at least to keep up with it.
That happens in Bleach as well, and One Piece with that Dragon arc, because when that Dragon arc finished, the new arc canon started. Now, I don't know for myself if I like that, but for the people who want to just skip all the fillers, you can miss some crucial points.
Yeah, I found that in the David Buck or the Foxy arc in One Piece. Like Dylan, you were saying that you really hated that arc.
Yeah.
I really liked it in the manga, but I've seen it in the anime now, and the anime version is really terrible because they drag it out with like filler aspects.
Yeah.
Really just dragged it out because I was just like, can we just get to Water 7 already? Can we just get rid of Foxy and his pirates? It just made it much worse because in the manga it was really good. That kind of peed me off. And I've heard, like, I haven't seen the Bleach anime, but I've got a friend who's really into Bleach, and like he said that was like there was filler arcs in the middle of like fights in like canon material and things like that. So I can't imagine what that's like.
One thing I just want to point out about the Bleach as well that I find quite annoying is after the Bound arc, after they finish that, they still have those 3 little fellas running around with them. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah. Filler people.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, why are they still here? You know, like,
Exactly. Yeah.
it's just, like, I don't know when they go because I stopped watching, stopped buying Bleach and stopped watching conversely. I think box set 7, and I intend to read the manga at some point to continue the manga because I hear the newest arc is fantastic in Bleach, but I've just given up on the anime since they're not going to adapt the whole thing. So, and plus, it's probably better to watch it, to read it and not watch it probably at this point.
All right, guys. Just to kind of all stuff, we were starting to get a few questions in the comments section. I noticed a funny comment from the Caniper Effect, and he kind of recites the One Piece rap to us all. I'm just going to read it out real quick. Where is this comment? It just made me laugh. Oh, it's actually pretty far down now. Hold on. Alright, here we go. Streaming, don't give it up Immortallium. Streaming, don't give it up Dylan. Streaming, don't give it up BDT87. Streaming, don't give it up Archangel. Streaming, don't give it up, give it up, give it up, give it up.
Callum.
That's pretty damn good.
I know, it's the One Piece rap. That's awesome. But we've got a few questions from Walking 00 Dead.
Oh yeah, he has a ton up there.
Yeah.
You can't invite him together.
15 questions. Jesus. All right. So I think we should start with his first questions, and this is for all of us. So I guess we should just all discuss it. So first question: most impactful character death and why? All right. So before we address this, we should all talk about a series that we've all seen.
Yeah, there's be spoilers.
Exactly. All right. So maybe if we talk about character deaths from like early on in the series. So like, for example, like Naruto or Dragon Ball Z or something.
I thought
like
of a
that.
good one actually.
Right,
Back in the Zabuza arc, when Haku and Zabuza. That was
that was so awesome.
Sorry? Basically, back then, what was it? I had only just started getting into anime as I knew it was anime. You know, like I'd watched lots of anime not knowing it was anime.
Yeah.
But at that point, before Naruto, I'd only watched Sengoku Basara and Devil May Cry, and that was simply because they were spin-offs of games I liked. So Naruto was the first kind of original, well, I say original, I know it's adapted from a manga, but you know what I'm saying. And I remember when I first started, I wasn't sure if I would like it. But I started to get more and more into it, and when that scene with Zabuza, you know, redeeming himself in a sense, I guess you could say, beside Haku, I thought that was so emotional and so well done. I know Co-Provider loves that. Did you see Co-Provider's Naruto video recently?
Yeah, is it the one where he's talking about like Naruto and his experience with it in his childhood?
Yeah, and he said he wants to do a full video on like just the Zabuza arc alone because of how much he loved it. So yeah, those deaths really kind of made me realize I want to see the rest of this series. I want to continue on with this. So that was definitely a great impact, and it also made me realize how strong it could be. Because at that point, actually, like this sounds hilarious now, but because of the way most Western cartoons are structured, I actually thought Naruto, like the way I thought of it back then, was Naruto would be like the filler arc every single time, or the equivalent of a filler arc. You know, they go off, have some adventure, they come back, talk about some stuff for a bit, and then go off and do another adventure. Just seeing that kind of serial nature of it, it really just opened my eyes. So
you thought Naruto was going to be like some sort of like episodic, in a sense, and
yeah,
like,
I thought it was like maybe like Doctor Who and a kind of an episodic serial.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that Zabuza arc was just so awesome because like Zabuza was like introduced as such a beastly, like just inhuman character, and then like by the end of it, like he actually shows his human emotions, and like you know you end up seeing like crying.
Cries.
What did you say?
Or when Naruto cries or gives him the speech.
Yeah, the talk no jutsu, but it was so early on in the series that like you know that whole talk no jutsu. You know, it was appreciated, and it was much betterly like executed back then. Now it's just a nuisance.
Yeah.
So anyway, that would be my answer for most impactful. You guys?
No, I don't want to do any spoilers, so I would take back that one. It was quite touching the first time I saw it, and even today I go back to it.
If I had to choose one, then it would be early on in Dragon Ball Z in the Saiyan saga, when Nappa kills Piccolo.
Oh yeah,
Because like Piccolo, similarly with Zabuza, I mean, throughout all of Dragon Ball, it was like the primary antagonist, like towards the end.
I don't. No, it doesn't matter. I really couldn't care less about that.
I mean, sorry.
I was just saying because Dragon Ball was after my time. I know a lot of people say I should watch it. I'm not an anime fan without watching it, but I grew up with the big three when they were new and they were a must-watch. So times change, you know. I will eventually watch Dragon Ball when they do a good release of it.
Yeah, that's true.
I intend to buy the original Dragon Ball, and then once I'm done on that, I'll probably start the Dragon Ball Z. I'll probably skip GT just because of how crap I hear everyone say it is.
It's not even canon anyway. GT is terrible.
Yeah, so I'll skip that, I'd say.
Yeah.
So anyway, so everyone satisfied with answering that question?
Yeah, should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, okay, so what's the next one?
Favorite creature, favorite creature, monster in anime or manga?
Can I just be cliche and just say a lot of Pocket the Monster?
In fairness, that is really like Pokemon monsters, I guess. So yeah, Pikachu is awesome.
Yeah.
Actually, I was doing a project for college where I was discussing the influence of the sound of Tezuka, and I was talking about how he introduced this kind of kawaii style, and was trying to find things that looked very kawaii. And someone was walking by it and said, "Why don't you do Pikachu?" And it was only in that moment that I suddenly realized how kawaii Pikachu was.
Yeah.
I find that hilarious because when you look at it now, it seems so obvious. It's a cute little yellow mouse. So, if I had to pick a favorite monster, I'm not too sure. I'm just trying to recall. The one I know, definitely the one that I actually gave the most thought to as an actual monster. Like I'm sure this is my favorite. Probably not anywhere near close, but have any of you read Ral?
I've got the first 2 volumes, but I haven't read it yet, unfortunately.
I'm not that keen on the whole series as a whole, but you know, the guy who did Death Note, the artwork for Death Note, did that, and his monster designs for the kind of shadow creatures are absolutely fantastic. I mean, they were just fantastic looking. So from that perspective, from an artwork perspective, it's a brilliant series. But from storytelling, it was enjoyable the first 2 volumes, and then the last 2 are rushed because it got cancelled. So
yeah,
it's quite disappointing because the first 2 volumes, I know they're a bit iffy in certain qualities. Like for example, the fact that the lead character is essentially fighting to save the world for boobs. Gosh, I thought that was funny. Good.
Oh my god.
I know. But, so those monsters are the first ones that pop into my head. So you know, I thought they were brilliantly designed.
Yeah, I got out of Pokemon years ago because they just kept releasing like different. Yeah, I prefer just the original 150 or 151. You know, I prefer all them character designs over like all the other ones. Like nowadays, I mean, this is coming from a really ignorant perspective because I just don't play like Pokemon games, or I'm not like up to date with like any sort of newer sort of Pokemon or anything like that. But all of them now kind of seem to look like very robotic. They don't even look like actual animals anymore. They just look like robots.
I know what you mean there. They seem very designed and not natural.
The last 2 gens designs have been up and down. I would agree with some aspect, you know, like one Pokemon is after a garbage big ban, you know. Well, what? Why would you make a Pokemon out of a bin?
Yeah, that's pretty stupid.
Well, in fairness, how many of them are there now? Like,
Well, that's what I sound like.
There's hundreds. I think it's about 600 or 700 now, isn't there?
Yeah, it's over
It's
700.
difficult to keep coming up with them, you know.
I know.
Difficult to keep remembering all the names.
Yes, definitely.
No shit.
So yeah, actually another good one is if you're talking about kind of series that deal with monsters in general. Any of you watched Digimon?
Yeah, I used to watch that.
No.
Yeah, there were some epic, you know, character designs for the monsters there.
Yeah, that what was that main like dinosaur? It's like a Tyrannosaurus Rex with like a helmet, like Greymon or something. Yeah, he was awesome.
Oh yeah, he was epic. And then Metal Greymon, do you remember?
Wait, what one?
Metal Greymon, the evolution of that.
Didn't he have like a big like robotic arm or something as well?
Oh yeah, he did. And that helmet you were talking about kind of becomes like this metal plate.
Yeah, I remember that Digimon that had like it was just basically like a cactus with boxing gloves.
Yeah.
Oh yes, that was a really good design in fairness.
Yeah, I really like the character designs for that because they look very original. It was awesome.
Yeah, actually, any of you in America, like I know Arch isn't, are either of you two in America?
No, UK.
Okay. And I think you mentioned BDT. Are you from America?
No, I'm from Wales.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're all UK. Is it?
Yeah.
Well, UK. Well, I'm not UK. Like I'm actually outside of UK. But yeah, we're all the islands. You know, in America, they're doing these re-releases of the original Digimon series.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why no one has picked it up here. You'd think that even if it's the dubbed version of it, that people would still want to buy it.
Mm.
It also applies to the Pokemon series. I don't get why. I know because now Netflix has released some Pokemon series.
Yeah.
But why they haven't released it in a DVD version, I don't know. It just seems a bit obvious for making a good bit of money. The games are still popular, at least.
This is terrible with releases lately. Like, after they did that, like, Naruto box sets and Bleach box sets, and then they stopped doing box sets and just called it Volume 1, 2, 3, 4, just with a single DVD casing. And they released Monster, but that didn't sell well, and they stopped that. And the same thing with Pokemon DVDs. They're doing well with the current ones, but they haven't gone back to the originals and re-released them in box format except for Season 1 and 2. So Season 3, 4, and 5, and 6, I believe, are still, out of print or hard to get,
That's annoying.
I think they released all of Monster in Australia, though, I believe. I think Madman, over there, they released it there.
Yeah.
I'd be surprised if they didn't release it soon. Monster's getting a live-action adaptation.
Yeah, HBO drama or something, right? Like that.
Yeah, by Guillermo. Was it? I always mispronounce his name. Guillermo del Toro, I think his name is.
Oh, Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, he's the dude who did Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah, he's in charge of. I think he's going to be the showrunner for Monster.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I trust him. I mean, he became I'm not sure if any of you have seen Kung Fu Panda 2, but he became the executive producer of that. And he was the one who kind of told them to go for a darker, edgier kind of look and story. I think it suited the movie really good. I mean, I think Kung Fu Panda 2 is way better than Kung Fu Panda 1.
I only remember Kung Fu Panda 1 because that was like a snow lion, not that snow tiger or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, that was the villain.
Yeah. I don't remember 2, unfortunately.
Yeah, I recommend 2 far more than 1.
Fair enough.
Anyway, should we get back to the questions?
Yeah, well, I didn't get to tell my favourite monster.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna basically say Tony Chopper because of his multiple transformations and like his whole cute thing going on, but he's also kind of badass. So yeah, that's it. We'll move on.
I missed who it was.
Oh, Tony Chopper with his transformations.
Oh yeah. Okay. It's a bit unfair to call him a monster.
Wait, it's not like a creature though. It's like a
I know he's a creature. I was just thinking about his backstory. You know, like
Yeah.
everyone's calling him a monster, trying to kill him.
What about, as another one, Totoro. That's
Oh yeah,
Totoro, yeah. That's it. Again, it's kind of unfair to call him a monster, but he's a brilliantly designed creature. Great for the story and everything. That's a great movie. Although my sister isn't that keen on it. She saw it and she thought it was boring.
Really?
Yeah. In fairness, I guess it is kind of slow moving, but you know, boring. That's quite strong.
Yeah, I definitely won't call it that. All right,
Anyway,
so should we move on?
Actually, before we continue answering questions on the comments, you know that Q&A thing I mentioned?
Yeah.
That app. Someone's actually asked a question on that. So, should we try answering that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you guys can access it. If you put your mouse over your screen, do you see options come up on the side?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you see the Q&A one.
I think they're all like apps or something.
Yeah,
like
let's see it.
I'll read it out, okay? It says, you mentioned that it was surprising for Akira to not have been watched by many anime fans in your society. Would you say it's essential for fans to watch these classics even if they're only fans of modern series? Oh, is that, that's Count Mecha, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, Cody Billings. Yeah, that's Count.
Nice to see you again, Cody, from yesterday at the end.
I was there yesterday. Cool.
Yeah, well, for about 2 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, all right. 1 second, guys. I'll be back in a sec.
Hang on, so can people get into the stream now? Can people enter now? Is it
Let me
working?
just check back the event page. The last thing to be commented on the event page is Cynical Noob. So no one's commented on it for a while. I sent an invite to everyone.
Try resending them because it might be working now.
That's good. Is Count Mecha on? I mean, like I see the icon at the bottom, but I don't see him or hear him.
I see him.
I see him up.
His mic's like really quiet.
Chat.
Have you got your mic on, Count?
Yes.
Oh, hey. Good to see you, dude.
Howdy.
Ah, man.
Are you up to date on what we've been talking about?
I heard a little bit of what you guys were talking about, but no, not really. What you guys were talking about?
What we're doing right now is answering questions.
From Kanipa.
Yeah.
We've answered 2 of like how many questions from Walking Zero Dead? He's just gone mental with the questions.
17.
But we're gonna do, like I have this kind of Q&A app up right now, and someone's asked the question, and that's where we're gonna answer that. You might be a good person for this actually, because you're really into those classics, you know, the classic manga, the classic anime, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this might be a good one for you in particular as well. What the question is, I mentioned that a lot of people in my anime society have not actually seen Akira or even heard of Akira, which is quite surprising. So the question that someone asked was, you mentioned that it was surprising for Akira to not have been watched by many anime fans in your society. Would you say it's essential for fans to watch these classics even if they're only fans of modern series? I think it's directed to me, so I'll answer first. But whoa, everyone's suddenly exploded.
Kanipa's on.
Yeah. Hey, Callum.
Hello, I've just lost the... Hi.
It's fine. Nice to meet you, dude.
We're
I'm the
answering your
person who's
question.
been asking you all the questions, yeah.
Okay. Did you hear the question that I was?
Yeah, Kanipa's the one who asked it.
Yeah, I
someone
did
who asked
ask
it.
it.
Wait. Are you part of anime YouTube community?
Yeah, I'm part of the Anime Galaxy, who I do anime reviews.
Cool.
We're gonna invite them. Oh yeah, cool. Okay. So yeah, I can actually talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Okay. So my personal opinion of the question would be, I think it's important just to kind of realize how anime and manga have developed, and to compare that to modern days anime and just see, you know, is it improving? Is it? What's the word for not improving? I don't think de-improving is a word, but you know that general path. I mean,
like regressing.
Digressing, yes, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Like in my top 10 manga list, for instance, there's a lot of manga in my list. That's maybe not a lot actually, but there's a good few that's like, okay, let's take Tezuka for instance. Tezuka is, you know, he died in 1989, so every single manga he ever published is old at this point, and yet so many of them are still brilliant works, and you know, some of them are still completely innovative in comparison to modern manga. Like, I can pretty much guarantee, like, the only person who might possibly have read this as well is Kameka. Have you read Swallowing the Earth?
I have not read it yet.
Okay. But there's this panel arrangement that's fantastic. There's two guys fighting on a ship, and the way the panels work is that the panels are going like like as if the ship's rocking back and forth. It's such a fantastic idea. That, I'm surprised that more mangaka don't even do that. So I think there's a great deal of knowledge to be gotten from you know, from older anime, and just the fact that many of them are still enjoyable. I mean, look at most of the Ghibli films. All of them are from, like, you know, the 80s, and yet they're still brilliant films. And a lot better than some films that come out these days. So I think it's important. Like, okay, as I pointed out in my video as well, if you're a film fan, you'd have watched a lot of older films, wouldn't you? And if you're a book fan, you'd have read a lot of classic novels. I just think it's interesting that when it comes to anime and manga, that many anime and manga fans have not actually done so. It just seems to be, like, I do get why people do that. They want to see the older series, not the older series, they want to see the newer series because they can talk to other people about it, and discussion is a big thing. But I think it's, you know, it's good to just look back at the older stuff and realize how great many of them are. Of course, not to become a hater of new stuff as well. I've listened to some ANN cast from Anime News Network. There's some guys there who say they don't watch anything past 96, which, you know, I find like, oh, you know, it's quite hardcore.
Yeah. Isn't that the Ghost in the Shell game?
Ghost in the Shell? The original movie came out in 95, I think.
Oh, so they're missing out by a year.
This second movie came out, it was sometime early 2000s, and the TV series was also early 2000s. So it's mainly a 2000 series. The manga and the original film will be 90s, so yeah.
So they haven't seen Princess Mononoke.
So what's on that?
Princess Mononoke is one of my favorite films, full stop. It's just an amazing film.
It is.
They're actually releasing it on Blu-ray soon in the UK. Do you know that?
Yeah, it's already released in Japan, so it's all, you know, it's a slight delay until it comes here.
Yeah, but I find it weird that we get it first, and then the Americans, they seem to get these Blu-rays afterwards.
Because licensing is different. It's Disney which releases them in North America, and yeah, I think it's getting better for North America now with the Studio Ghibli titles because Disney's doing a better job with them. But
I noticed the quotation marks.
Yeah, because the DVDs were like all over the place at one point. But we're lucky because we got Optimum or Canal Studio now, whichever one it is.
Yeah, they released only yesterday, which hasn't even been released in America yet.
Yeah.
On Blu-ray.
I love that film.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Definitely different from anything else they've done.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that kind of answers that question, doesn't it?
I think so.
Actually, you're now kind of. Are you kind of satisfied with that answer?
Yeah,
I'm all satisfied. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's get back to Walking 00 Dead's massive, gigantic pile of questions.
Did we get to like number 4?
Last one we answered, I think, was the creature one, wasn't it?
Oh, jeez.
Creature monster. So,
number 3.
Our next one is favorite shonen lead character. Well, if I was a bet most of you would say Luffy, would you?
No, Yusuke Urameshi from Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh, I need to see that. The manga's out of print now, and the anime, I think I could actually get it if I wanted to, because the American versions of them are region B
free.
also.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're region free. But the import costs are so big for them. It's just...
Like, I won't pick them up if Manga to get a hold of them.
Have those boxes there, I'll definitely get it then. But right now, I haven't actually seen it. But yeah, people go completely mental for Yu Yu Hakusho. Everyone loves it, as far as I can tell.
I do. I know a lot of people who don't particularly like it, but...
Oh.
Zach...
I've read the first volume, mind you.
That's great.
Yeah, but I've watched a few episodes. But I must say, I don't think I'm a fan of Togashi's art at all, because it's more or less the same.
That's why you should read the anime. Watch the anime.
Yeah. I
like Togashi's artwork in general. Now there are those iffy points. I mean, one thing I noticed in from what I can tell, I'm the only one. Well, actually, Archangel, you're also reading some of the manga of Hunter x Hunter, but I'm ahead of you, I think.
Yeah, I'm only on volume 10.
Sorry?
I'm only on volume 10.
Yeah, I've actually started going through that gigantic amount of Hunter x Hunter I got now, so I'm up to, I've done 14 yesterday.
Oof.
One thing I noticed he started doing, which is kind of annoying, it does have a charm to it, but it is pretty obvious, is some panels. It's actually a panel he drew earlier, and he's just zoomed in on it.
Yeah, I noticed that in a few of the earlier volumes, even.
Really? I didn't pick that up, actually.
Yeah, I noticed it.
Oh.
I noticed it. There was he did that in, I think, volume 5 when Gon and Leorio and Kurapika get to the Zoldyck residence to go get Killua, and like they come across that massive beast when they go through them doors.
Oh,
that
yeah?
big dog thing. And there was one of them panel zooms then as well.
Oh, I mustn't have been looking for it back then.
Yeah.
But I spotted it there, and it is kind of annoying in general, like particularly on the really close-up shots. Some of the shots where, he keeps a pretty good distance away from it, it still looks nice, and not too close. But yeah, I mean, with him, the way I view it is he's actually a great artist. It's just because of his illness that he doesn't get the time that he needs to be able to complete a lot of these stuff, so he has to take a lot of shortkuts.
Yeah,
that's the way I view it.
Yeah.
And he uses a shitload of negative spacing as well.
Yeah, but so did Taiki Kubo for Bleach, didn't he?
Yeah, but I think he uses it more effectively.
Taiki Kubo?
Yeah.
Quite possible. You were saying that he's one of your favorite mangakas.
Ooh, Taiki Kubo.
One of your favorite mangakas from an artistic perspective. You don't like his storytelling. I know that. So.
Well, Tite Kubo has to be one of them. I mean, I hate Bleach's story, but I love his art style.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
Yeah. Probably Takahiko in a way from
Vagabond too. Okay, so who was it who said Yusuke?
Me. That's me.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yusuke Urameshi.
Could you explain a bit why?
Well, like just sort of the character he is, like in the beginning, how he's developed from this person who was sort of laid back and he didn't really care that much about school to where he is at the end. Like I don't want to spoil it, but like he sees the world in like more horizons really. It's just that development sort of thing. Yeah.
That's cool. When it comes to my favorite shonen character, that's a bit more difficult. Now, one thing I do want to point out, which no one seems to ever talk about, I think it's quite interesting, is I'm not saying Naruto is my favorite lead character. He's not. But I just want to point out, in comparison to most other Shonen Jump series, Naruto starts off really weak, actually. I mean, if you look at One Piece or Bleach or Dragon Ball or something like that, all the people are like quite overpowered even from the beginning. They're like kicking butt everywhere. But at the beginning, Naruto's like a complete wimp, besides Ninetales, which only manifests itself, in certain situations. So besides that, like he couldn't even take on those two Mist Village ones, were they? The ones that were puddles. He actually like practically cowered in fear. So I thought like I think that's something that no one ever actually brings up. How unlike most other Shonen Jump characters, which start out strong and get stronger, we actually see Naruto in part 1 going from a completely weak, pathetic guy to actually becoming, a competent fighter. Anyway,
I'd agree with that and go with the same reasons as well. Naruto just has so much progression.
yeah. So
Yeah.
I just thought I'd point that out, just because no one ever seems to talk about it. Now, when it comes to actual favorite lead character, I guess actually one of the best characters. Now I don't think he's best developed or best to like, but I just find him like a fantastic character. Is Light Yagami from Death Note. I love his character. I know he doesn't really develop too much. If anything, he kind of devolves into this kind of.
He screams a lot
madman.
and whines.
Yeah, but I still find him like a very engaging character. Like as part of the manga marathon, I reread the first 2 volumes near the end. I was just looking at how calculated he was, how he planned out every single little detail, and he wasn't just kind of a plot device. He was explaining these stuff with personality. I mean, when he was on the bus with that girl, do you remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
When he comes in and
Yeah.
threatens to shoot everyone. He was like throwing in that all these kind of personal little quirks and flares into it that gave him a more developed kind of character. So I would say if just picking a lead shonen character, I would say Light Yagami. Now I know his development goes a bit bonkers near the end, but
Have you saw Code Geass?
well, would you call that shonen?
Well,
If you don't, you spoil my choice.
I'm not too sure actually.
Like
look it up,
that's an
okay.
original anime, you see. So it was adapted from a manga, and that means I'm not too sure about its demographic. I would pick Lelouch over Light because I think for one, Lelouch doesn't have that little flaw in his character development. I mean, he actually develops in a very nice way at the end. I know not everyone likes Arc 2, but I think his character.
The ending to Code Geass is amazing. Man.
Oh yeah, it's brilliant.
Yeah. No spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers.
Who left? Just one second.
People left.
Oh,
It's probably
Galaxy.
his connection.
Yeah, connection's gone.
Okay, it's fine.
Alright,
he was just kind of.
I'll go next.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
If I had to choose a favorite shonen protagonist, initially I probably would have said Naruto, but I'm just like on volume 18 of Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh yeah.
I really
Edward Elric. I forgot
Edward
about him.
Elric is just so cool.
Oh, he's cool, and he's got great character development as well.
Exactly,
You haven't
exactly.
read the final volume yet. That really rounds out his development.
Yeah, well, to be honest, like one thing I really like about Full Metal Alchemist is that it's more like both of the Elric brothers that are the main characters because they just bounce off each other. They're so good. And
Oh yeah, it's a great
Yeah.
dynamic there.
What's
And you
kind
can
of
really
about Full
believe
Metal
that
Alchemist for
the
me?
boys have grown up with each other and developed and everything.
Exactly. What's kind of different about Full Metal Alchemist for me from other shonen manga is that like with every other shonen manga, like the main characters try to get to like a goal, like a positive goal, like becoming Pirate King, becoming the Hokage, becoming an excellent hunter. But with Full Metal Alchemist, they're simply just trying to get their bodies back. There's no sort of like positive goal towards the end of it. They're just trying to be normal kids again.
Yeah.
Just try to get
Although
their
that
bodies back.
can actually be seen as a flaw sometimes. Like, for example, I can't remember who said it, but they said that they didn't like Bleach because Ichigo doesn't seem to have an actual goal. He only reacts.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's why I didn't really like Bleach as well because I couldn't really resonate with Ichigo because he was just kind of like the reluctant hero. He's like he didn't really want to be there.
Yeah, and he never he chases after people who get kidnapped, but he never
He
actually.
does that out of necessity because they're his friends at the end of the day, and like he does have like a duty of care to his friends. But really and truly, he didn't really want to be a Soul Reaper. He just kind of stumbled upon it. So.
Yeah, so I have heard that directed toward Bleach. So I just think that's interesting that in one sentence for Full Metal Alchemist, it's better. But I guess with Full Metal Alchemist, they have a goal, even if it's not the normal positive goal you're talking about. Whereas with Ichigo, it's just complete reaction, all the time.
Yeah.
Has anyone not answered yet? I think.
Me, I'm Count.
Yeah, you're next, are you?
Yeah, you go Count.
All right.
Oh.
Kind of a hard question.
It's that hard.
Do it.
Sorry?
If I had to choose one, I don't know, maybe Amuro from Gundam, maybe.
Ah, yeah, the pig-headed hero.
Possibly. I've yet to read the volume 2, the volume 4 books that I got of it, so I'm only on 1. It's I don't have as much time as I would like these days, and I'm doing tons of stuff, so I can't read as much as I'd like. I have college work, then I have to watch the actual anime. I don't just watch anime, I watch normal stuff. Like I'm watching Doctor Who now, the revived version. I'm playing Final Fantasy 12, so tons of other hobbies than that, so I don't get to read as much manga as I'd like. Actually, I only just started the second omnibus of Lone Wolf and Cub last night, and that's a big book.
So what do you like about
I do need to catch up on the Gundam. But go ahead.
No, I was saying to Count, like, explain why Mori likes why he likes Amuro more than anyone else.
Well, he's really kind of an archetypal shonen character, but he really turns cool by the end of it.
I've only read like I think 3 volumes of Mobile Suit Gundam now, and it gets to a point where like he'll have to jump in the RX-7, 8 and save everyone, but he just doesn't want to do it, and he'll end up like crying, or like General Grade Bright will like come up to him and like, slap him, to kind of get back to his senses, and I find that really funny in that respect. So he is a total pig-headed, just spoiled brat, but I think like he's all those sort of tropes in a lovable way, if you know what I mean.
One thing that we also have to remember, I'd say, is that this guy was made back in the 70s. So, like you mentioned that he's a type character, Mecha. But I guess back then, like, he is the archetype. He's the guy who kind of probably made everyone else the kind of reluctant hero in anime.
Yeah, especially since it was that long ago, and really for just about every other giant robot show, it's just kind of like my dad built a robot and adventure away.
I'm thinking of one robot show in particular that has a whiny brat as the lead who's always whining about his father.
Yeah. At least in Gundam, Amuro turns kind of badass towards the end.
Or Shinji, he's just... he's not... like, Shinji never really turns awesome at any point. Like, when the mecha suit goes mad, it's because it's the mecha suit, it's not him. Shinji's the kind of great psychological, he's a great psychological kind of character, but damn is he whiny.
Shinji's the kind of guy where when his female friend's in hospital in a coma, instead of like, being there as a friend, he'll just masturbate over her.
Oh god, that scene. The first time I saw that scene in the movie, I didn't even realize what had happened. It was only afterwards I suddenly realized, oh god.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah. He just sneezed.
Yeah. Oh, that was nasty.
So if you're ever asleep and you're in the same room as Shinji,
unless you're Karo, no, Shinji is the one who has to watch out.
Exactly.
Okay, so, I guess that's actually Kanaba. Should we throw? Kanaba. Do you want to talk about your favorite lead character from a shonen?
God. Sure. Probably Senna from Actual 21. And I don't even know why, because he was awful at the start, but he actually became a really strong character by the end of it.
I've heard that's a really good series.
21, but as far as I can tell, most of the manga's out of print. Like, have they finished releasing it in America, or are they still going?
I'm not in America. I may have read it through uninked methods.
Oh,
That's-
yes.
Yes.
So yeah, I need to read that series at some point. I hear it's really
Yeah. It's my favorite sports anime, and I've got no idea why I watched a sports anime.
Have you read
But
Slam
I
Dunk?
just took a leap of faith.
good. Have you
Pardon?
read Slam Dunk?
I haven't yet, but it's on my list of things that I should really get around to.
Most people seem to say that's the best sports manga ever. You know, it's that insane. Now, I know with Slam Dunk, I think Viz is still releasing it in America, but for some weird reason, a lot of the earlier volumes are out of print, which I find ridiculous. If you're still releasing it, keep everything in print, you know?
Yeah.
Just seems crazy. Okay, so that seems to be good for that question.
I haven't said it yet.
Just
Oh, did you not?
Yeah.
10
Go on,
more to
then.
go.
Oh, yeah. You just needed some more time to think. Sorry, I forgot about that.
I'll keep it short. It's because of it's a soft spot, and it was one of the first animes I watched. I would say Onizuka from Great Teacher Onizuka. He's just
Oh, yeah, that's a shonen. I forgot about that.
you can relate to him so easily, and like the way of what I've read so far, and I've watched the anime, and I've watched the drama. It's like it can teach you many things in many different ways, and you can argue, like Archangel said, you know, like talk no jutsu. It's kind of like that in some ways, but with, you know, he can go to extreme lengths of just to teach one individual about anything of growing up, because obviously he teaches in a high school, and that's when, and he teaches the worst kids in the block or in the school, then should we say, and they're all teenage brats, so you know how they are, really. And you just like, you just change them around one by one.
Awesome.
Yeah, I want to read that series, but the problem is the original series of Great Onizuka is out of print because it was from Tokyo Pop.
Yeah.
The
I was
early-
fortunate enough to buy that.
Sorry?
I was fortunate enough to buy all that, and I'm reading it right now, so I can see the differences between the manga and the anime. And I love it both, but I really need to watch the series.
I literally.
have you read Early Years?
I haven't read the others. I've heard mixed things about it, and I've seen some scenes of the anime, and it's like, is there any worth of it? Because they explain the whole point of him, you know, the background in GTO anyway. So you won't miss much if you just go into GTO.
The thing is, from what I've heard, Early Years was actually done before GTO.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so-
I don't think it was popular enough until GTO hit the scene, you know.
yeah,
Especially-
that was what really put on the map.
Yeah.
One thing that I will confess annoys me though, Vertical licensed Early Years,
Yeah.
and for whatever reason, they only released the volumes that Tokyo Pop had not released. They didn't do any like re-release of the earlier volumes in Early Years.
Oh, that's
I
so
found crazy.
irritating.
So they were only specifically targeting the ones that, you know, had already bought a large chunk of the series. It seems just a bit crazy to me. You know, release the whole thing, like what Viz did with I think they're doing that with Dead Man Wonderland now.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? We're getting a lot of just one sec. Chat. Oh yeah, that's just you guys. Okay. Okay, so that's covered the questions. Are we still gonna go? There's like 17 questions in total.
You went overboard.
Yeah, he went crazy with it.
Could you just like pick the best ones?
Oh, yeah. Okay. We'll go with that now. So, okay, I like the idea of the best written female character. Maybe not the anime attack because that's kind of overdone, but the female character I can go with. You guys like that idea?
Yeah.
Okay. So, God, I'll need to think of it on this one. Can any of you think of one in particular?
I'm just looking at my volumes now, like the
You wouldn't go with
What's the question?
7 Billion Needles, would you?
Best
No,
written
no.
female.
Okay. Just let me think about this now. Well, I remember mentioning one time the anime girl that I most wanted to date. I don't think that counts, but I'll just say it just to fill up some time. It was Rin from Rin Daughters of Nimosune. I think he's pretty cool and he's nice, and
Exactly.
unlike a lot of anime girls, she wouldn't butcher the crap out of you for it. From best developed, whew, God, I'm not too sure. I really like the kind of soft development that Hinata gets in Naruto. Like she's not the lead, and she's never the lead, but you know, in the background, she's always properly developing. She's become more confident. She's developing her kind of relationships with people. So I like her development. I wouldn't go so far as to say she's my favorite female character, but that's the one that pops off out the top of my head.
I can be quite, like I said, I don't read much manga, and the manga I read, there's not much, well, like you said, the big three, you know, with their female characters. I'm not going to name them because that's been overused.
Yeah, he says manga, but I'm sure that also counts for anime. So like,
but the manga I would choose just because there's a lot of girl characters in that series, and that's Love Hina. So I'll just go with that.
I need to read it at some point.
Yeah, I've got the anime.
People say it's a
I
bit
haven't seen it.
repetitive at the end. It's just the same kind of stuff over and over. But it's only 14 volumes, and you can get that in 5 omnibuses now. So I'm thinking, why not at some point?
I'd probably just go with maybe Nico Robin from One Piece. Obviously, I know some of you are completely caught up to One Piece, so I won't delve into why. But she's a fantastically written character, and her backstory is just tragic. Yeah, but I'm actually going to have to head off now, guys. I've got to go to work.
Okay. I'll just throw in one thing. I saw a list. It was a survey done in Japan, and Nico Robin was voted the second female that most guys wanted to date.
Oh, I totally would. I totally would.
Yeah, guys.
Nice talking to you.
The one from Sword Art Online, the female.
See you later, guys.
Oh yeah, bye. Bye.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing up.
No problem. No problem.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Is Kanaba back?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry, it should be fine now. Sorry about the internet.
Okay. For some reason the screen just went a bit there. Any of you guys want to continue on with the female?
Nana from Night in the Area.
From what?
Night in the Area, another sports manga.
I'm not sure if I've
Area
heard
no
of.
Kiji.
Well,
Soccer anime / manga.
I would probably go with Mikasa or Yoko from Gurren Lagann.
Mikasa, I'm assuming, is from the Attack on Titan. From what?
Yeah. And Yoko from Gurren Lagann.
Oh yeah. I still need to see that. I hear she's an awesome character and definitely visual design. She's very well, created. But I don't know anything about her really, so yeah, I can't comment on that.
I won't go into spoilers. No.
And there's 2 people left now. Is it to answer, or have you guys already answered?
Count next with him.
All right. I'm gonna have to say that my favorite female character probably gonna be Noah Izumi from Mobile Police Pat Labor.
Oh, I need to see Pat Labor. Right now, what is it? You're American, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, over in. I don't like to keep saying the UK because I'm actually Irish, but you know those islands. The only Pat Labor that's actually available now is is it the OVA, the 7-episode first thing?
That's the first thing that Sentai released over here last year, so probably.
Yeah, Sentai, they're doing a lot of older anime now. I mean, they've just there's a bit. You showed Gatchaman, and you got Kassan, didn't you?
Yeah, I got both Gatchaman and Kashan.
And They've just done one now, which I'd love to see. What's that one? Nadia, The Secret of Why the Water's Blue, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Hopefully, that'd be something Anime Unlimited would pick up over here.
They might.
Anyway,
I just want to mention this. There's another character that I forgot to mention. Haruhi.
Oh, yeah?
Haruhi.
Oh my God! How did we
Yeah.
completely skipped over Haruhi?
Haruhi from Haruhi Suzumiya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I haven't
Ben,
read
how did you miss Haruhi?
I've just watched it.
I've read the novels recently. I'm up to date now. I've read the most recent novel now. She's a great character, in fairness. Like, she's energetic. She, you never know what she's gonna do. But the character development is soft. Like, it's not noticeable, but it is like when you kind of look back at her, how she was at the beginning, and look at her now. She has definitely become kind of less fanatical, less crazy, you could say. But I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say one of the best. Definitely a great character.
Yeah.
Mm.
And plus, did you guys watch in Japanese?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
No, I didn't. I watched
Yeah,
it.
that would be helped by Aya Harano, because she's better at the role than Wendy Lee in English.
Yeah.
But I still watched it in English because Crispin Freeman.
Yeah,
Crispin Freeman's just epic, and Kyon really is the lead character of that series. So I just think it's a good trade-off, in my opinion, just to go with English on that. But everyone has their own choices. I mean, if you want to see the best performed Haruhi, then Japanese is the way to go.
Mm.
Okay, let's go back to the question. Ben, you answered, didn't you?
No, I said anyone from Love Hina because
Oh yeah, you're.
I was banned
you're
because
lucky
I
now.
didn't choose any anime.
Yeah. Let me see. So we'll just go back to the questions now. So we'll skip the anime attack because that's kind of a bit this one actually sounds very good. What's the first anime movie that we've ever watched?
First anime movie.
So well, when he says that, I wonder, does he mean like the first anime movie that we've ever seen, or the first anime movie that we saw knowing it was anime?
Well, mine would be the first Pokemon movie.
Yeah.
That would be mine as well if it was like ever.
Same here.
But like knowing that it's anime, it's probably The Girl Who Leapt Through Time for me.
That's a good movie. The first.
But my favourite anime movie's got to be Disappearance of Haruhi Suzumiya.
Oh, that's a damn good movie as well. I think it's Do any of you guys follow GR Arcada?
Yeah, Arcada. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's one of his favorites as well.
Hmm.
Yeah,
it
just-
is really good reviews.
He seems to have a big crush on Yuki, as far as I can tell. So.
Yuki Nagato is amazing.
Yeah, in fairness, she's damn awesome. Some of my friends have said she's creepy, but I think she's cute,
My waifu.
Okay, so yeah, for me, if it was the first anime movie ever, it would be the Pokemon movie. I saw it in the cinemas when I was. What age would I have been? Would I have been 6 or 7 or something? God, I've been so young then. The first anime movie I would have seen knowing it's anime would have been one of the Studio Ghibli's. Which one was it now? Might have been My Neighbor Totoro, actually. I think. Yeah, I think it was.
Well, I've got
like,
2 Studio Ghibli movies still sealed.
I actually saw Spirited Away when I was younger before I knew about anime. I remember watching it when I was young and thinking, "Wow, this is weird,"
Yeah.
But and plus, personally, I'm not a massive fan of Spirited Away. Like, I understand why lots of people love it, but I think it's kind of like how Quentin Tarantino viewed Wuxia movies after Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. He's seen so much of them. Like, lots of people were wowed when they first saw it because it was so different, but with him, it was just a normal standard thing, so he wasn't as wowed. And I'm thinking that might be the kind of thing with Spirited Away. Just when I really started, watched it to appreciate it, was after I'd seen lots of anime. So I'm thinking, like, a lot of people might have just loved it immensely at first because it was like the first anime they've seen. So I like Spirited Away. Just I don't see why so many people call it like one of the best movies of all time.
Yeah.
Favorite anime movie, if we're going to go down that route as well. I would have to say
Disappearance.
Mononoke is just amazing.
I'd say
Is there anyone
Summer
else want to
Wars.
answer now, or?
No, not Summer Wars. Not for me.
So just me and Dylan now have answered. How about you, Mecca? Do you want to?
My first anime movie.
Yeah.
The first one that is probably My Neighbor Totoro.
Really, the first one ever.
Yeah, I used to rent the VHS tape of that many times from my local video store.
Oh yeah, because Streamline released it over there, didn't they?
Yeah, so like, I didn't really know it was anime. All I knew was it had cats on the cover, and I was like, yes, I like cats.
Oh yeah, to your young mind, that would be the selling point.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a sister too, so she was really into that as well.
Well, the advantage for her is that there's two girls on the cover as well, so
Yeah.
that would be a selling point for her.
Yeah.
Well,
And
then actually, I know I don't want to cut in, but I just thought of this. This I thought was kind of cute. I was in a video, I call it a video store. It was an Extravision the other day. Do you know Extravision?
No.
No.
Maybe it's an Irish company. I don't know. They do. They used to do like renting stuff, but they've gotten into big issues because of, I guess, Netflix. They're not able to compete. But anyway, I was in the other day because they do a lot of used stuff, like for €3. I was walking around. I saw this little boy walking past, and he was clutching like he was gold in his hand a copy of Ponyo. I thought it was hilarious. That was quite cute as well. Anyway, go back to what you were saying now. I just thought I should bring that up.
Alright, and my first movie that I knew was anime would probably be Spirited Away.
Yes. Okay.
I remember when that came out.
That would have been back when it won the Oscar, would it?
Yeah, like, what, between 2001 and 2003, whenever it came out.
Yeah, that would have been about when it won the Oscar. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm also going to say that my favorite Studio Ghibli movie is probably going to be Porco Rosso.
Ah, that's quite original. Not many people, I don't think I've really heard anyone ever say that's their favorite.
Well, it's definitely my favorite.
Yeah.
It's definitely a very adult movie.
Oh yeah.
Miyazaki embracing his love of planes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I don't think I've ever heard anyone ever say that's their favorite. Okay, cool. Okay,
That was a
cool.
lot of fun.
Ben, do you?
Yeah. Like you both, first movie Pokemon in the cinema.
Yeah.
First movie I knew it was anime. I think it was either you could I remember my first OVA. Oh, it's called motion picture, but that would be the Tekken animated motion picture. And if you don't want to count that, I would say Akira. And I didn't know what was going
The Tekken
on.
one, I don't even remember it. I didn't even know it had an animated version. I wouldn't be surprised. It's Japanese.
Yeah,
It's fighting French.
I have it on VHS. And after that, when I knew it was anime, but what pushed it for me would have been, like you said, Studio Ghibli. And to top it off, my favorite Studio Ghibli is Princess Mononoke.
The same as me.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, and that just leaves you, I'm forgetting your name, sorry, Canapa.
Canapa, yeah. Getting a load of background noise for some reason.
Has he DC'd?
No, it's just me, just Mike.
Wait, what, me? Is it me? No, I think Callum's, yeah.
Callum, oh, he's back.
There's two pictures now at the bottom. Am I the only one who sees two pictures?
It'll go, don't worry.
It'll be okay.
It's Callum's brother again. He's back.
Okay. Anyway, do you want to talk about your first one that you saw? The first one you ever saw and the first one you knew was anime?
Okay, the first one I ever saw was the Pokemon movie, of course. And the first one that I knew was anime was Doraemon Nobita's Dinosaur, which I learned for Japanese class
Nice.
when we were being introduced to
never
anime for the first time. It's the first Doraemon movie.
Oh, Doraemon? As in the cat.
Yeah, I probably pronounced it wrong. Yeah, the cat.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him. Big fella. Big fella is in Japan, not necessarily like big as in fat or anything.
Well known.
Well,
Yeah,
chubby.
I remember actually when I was young, I used to go to France for holidays a lot, and they love him over there. They're just mad into him. I wonder why they're not into him that much in like, America and all that. Maybe just because they have their own children's shows.
Yeah. It was one of the things that we just watched in Japanese class when I was in primary school. Just, okay, let's stop teaching for a while and
Wait, you
watch
had a
anime for a
Japanese
bit.
class when you were in primary school?
Yeah, I've learned Japanese for 5 years.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah.
I forgot it all though. So I can pronounce Japanese names, and that's enough for me.
Yeah, but primary school, bloody hell.
Okay.
And
actually, one thing I just also want to point out is I actually saw the first Pokemon movie recently. It was shown in the Anime Society, and I thought it was the biggest load of rubbish I've seen in ages. It does not hold up in my opinion.
Have you watched it in Japanese though? It's so much different.
I can imagine. I looked up the Wikipedia page afterwards, and the whole message of the movie is different in Japanese.
Yeah.
Like all life is sacred, which makes far more sense than don't fight because it's freaking Pokemon. You know, fighting's the...
I do have a soft spot for it, but I just like the original score as well because it's so much darker. In the English one, it was good enough, and I still like it. But in the Japanese version, it's like all guns going off. It's like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, and I suspected it must have been a lot better in Japanese because it actually won this big award in Japan. I can't remember which one, but it was for like science fiction anime. It won the award, and that's on the same level as say like Spirited Away or Puella Magica Magica.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, and Steins Gate. So I was thinking, wow, it must have been quite different. Because, as you guys probably are aware of, it was quite critically lambasted in the West.
Mm.
The critics
So
hated
you
it.
told me to tear up when Ash turned to stone.
That is such a cringing scene. It just... have any of you seen Nostalgia Critic's review of the Pokemon movie?
Yeah.
Just when he puts up like the Simba thing beside it, it's just hilarious. Simba, you don't love your father enough. He's not coming back to life. That's hilarious.
Nostalgia Critic's amazing.
Yeah, he's great.
If you say so. Not a fan.
I'm just looking at next few questions. And I'm going to skip what are your channel's future goals because I think we've covered that in other stuff. I don't watch a bridged series. You guys can talk about it if you want, but we can skip it if.
Well, I do want to mention this that I think a bridge series can get people into anime, because I'm a prime example of that. Really.
What's that? Wait, were you the nun piece? Was it?
Yeah, that's what got me into One Piece, and then.
I think a bridge series are really for the people that are just really a fan of that show and want something funny.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, without non-piece, I would never have been an anime fan. I'd never delved into it. So.
Wow, that's impressive. I'm a bit biased on that though because Sean Scammell, Goku in English in Dragon Ball, he was actually asked at the Q&A, what did you think of Dragon Ball Abridged? And he said that he thought it was funny, but he pointed out the fact that it is against copyright and it's illegal and all that. So that has kind of made me a bit more biased.
Well, it's kind of in the grey area because it's still parody, so it's
fair
still
use.
under fair use. So it's in the grey area.
fairly edgy anyway.
It's a very dodgy area. It's something that I'd need to study, a lot more law in order to actually be sure and confident that it's legal or, not illegal.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've seen a couple of them. But my friends really want me to watch some of them, and I watched some of them. And some of them are funny. Some of them have good points to make. I mean, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series where it's like, Kaiba, I think that's his name. Like Yugi says to Kaiba, you created a gigantic stadium in order to, create holographic projections of, Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards, and yet you didn't save world hunger, or something like that, I thought that was funny, in fairness.
Yeah.
But, I wouldn't, like, usually I just kind of go, I just kind of rather do something else, like play a video game or watch an actual anime series or read a manga or a book or something.
Oh, but then in some cases, like the Hellsing Abridged, where I actually think the Hellsing Abridged is better than the series itself.
When you say better than the series, do you mean the original series of Hellsing or Hellsing Ultimate?
Hellsing Ultimate. Then again, the Abridged series hasn't actually finished yet, so... And it's been on hiatus for like 4 years. You know what? Scratch that.
I'm a big fan of Hellsing Ultimate, so... I mean, I've never seen the original Hellsing series. I've never read any of the manga, but the anime Hellsing Ultimate, I think it's great. I mean, it's not brilliant, it's not original, but it's very well executed. It's great animation, great action sequences. The characters are charming in their weird, depraved ways. And actually, one of my favorite episodes from it is, how many of you have seen Hellsing Ultimate much?
I'm waiting for Funimation to dub the whole thing. Then I'm gonna watch it.
I haven't
Christmas
yet.
It's for anyone who's seen it, I'll just say it's the necrophilia episode. I know it sounds weird. My favorite episode is the necrophilia episode, but it's a damn good episode. Okay, let's cover the abridged stuff, is it?
Yeah.
I like this idea here, best manga ending. I would like, as long as we keep it clear of spoilers, I think it's fairly safe.
That's a bit hard.
I know, it's quite difficult.
The only
Jordan
one
Bradford, actually, just one sec. Jordan Bradford, I think he's watching. He says in the question thing, the live stream's still going. We can easily answer his question, yes, it's still going. I tried inviting him today. Immortallium's events, the profile, isn't actually connected to the community, so I wasn't able to invite him directly. I was able to invite you guys because when I type your names into the search thing, it can find you very easily. But with Jordan Bradford, there's so many people called Jordan Bradford, it was just insane. So I couldn't actually find.
Well, you've just got to give him the link, and then you should be able to join. I don't know why it's ain't been working today.
Yeah, the link is in the event page. If Jordan, if you're watching this, I think you are. If you access the event page, actually, wait, no, maybe he hasn't actually. I couldn't send him the invite, so I don't think he's actually gotten to it. I'm not sure if I can access it. Can you guys invite people?
You can send them a link. That's how I got on here.
A link?
The link at the top, just send them that. They should be able to get in.
Okay, I'm not sure why he isn't able to access that. I don't know. He's watching, probably, though, so, good for him. Anyway, about the manga ending stuff. Yeah, as long as we get, I think we just cover the emotions of it. Oh, wait, okay, he just actually said something here. Jordan says, okay, me, James, and Anime Hunter tried to join, and it kept coming up with 404, unfortunately. 404, yeah, I know that. I'm not sure why that's happening. I don't know. I don't know how to solve it. I'll just say.
I know you're giving me time to think, so that's fine. Okay, so
have you got a manga ending then?
Can't think of one. It's just
it's
either that's the big problem with manga ending. It either ends because it's being cancelled for some reason or another, or it's on hiatus. And there's so few that I can actually think of that have actually wrapped up properly as intended.
Yeah, that is a difficult area. One thing I just want to say is, you guys have read Bakuman, haven't you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Read it all.
Yeah, I'm not saying its ending is the best, but there was a very good line in it. I think it was when they were finishing up the manga that they were working on. They were saying how like the final page is like among the most important in the entire manga series because it leaves you with like whether or not you're emotionally satisfied or unsatisfied. And there's a manga character, Sakura, which the final 2 pages, which was like one double boom page, so it was like one panel really stretched to 2 pages, and it was so beautifully done and so elegantly done. It was just it definitely made me emotionally satisfied. So that would be one of the best endings in my opinion. Any of you read that manga?
Oh yeah. No, not Card Captor.
Get into it.
I'm still thinking, sorry.
Well,
Probably Siren.
The original
Probably Siren.
It's double of it. Anyway, I can see both of you guys. Well, yeah, I want to say both of you guys. I mean, what's like Cody and Kanapa kind of glancing around, almost like wondering, what do we say?
Oh no, I've got one, but I just don't know how many people here would have read it on. Siren.
Oh, I need to read Siren. So many people go on how great that series is.
It is, and it's just the way, like at those very end scenes when it just gets intense, and then it just wraps up perfectly as intended. Not because it was cancelled or because they tried to milk it, but final. And it was just
one thing that probably helped was that, as far as I can tell from sales about it, like it was good sales, so it didn't get cancelled, but it wasn't so great that they wanted to keep it going. So that probably did help. Anyone else?
Really good.
Ben must have disconnected. He's come
back.
back. I didn't even realize you were disconnected. I just thought the little screen at the bottom was going slow.
Ben's got a twin.
Twin. Okay. Ben, you know what we're asking, right?
Best manga ending.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know when you actually went out. So.
Like I haven't really finished an entire series. The only one I've finished is Full Metal Alchemist.
The only ones I've finished is Bakuman as well.
But I'll just have to say Full Metal Alchemist. I did like the ending to it.
In fairness, it's an epic ending.
So, because everything else is ongoing. Oh, I haven't finished reading.
Yeah, that is actually that's an interesting point that a lot of you bring up. A lot of you guys seem to just watch, to read kind of continuing, ongoing series. Do you guys read one-shots at all? Like, I mean, short, kind of one-volume series?
Yes.
I don't.
Ability Shop.
Who's saying that right now? Kind of pairs it?
Yeah, I read Ability Shop. I'm not sure if anyone else has read that.
No.
But it's my favorite one-shot. Ability Shop.
Ability Shop?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. Let me just quickly look it up.
Yeah, it's about a person who is really weak, generic, just really shite at life. And what they do is they spend years of their life to get special powers and like to become stronger, become more attractive. And then eventually at the end, well, you'll see at the end, but it's about coming to realize that those things aren't that important.
According to this, it's only one chapter.
One chapter, one shot.
Is it like 50 pages?
Yeah, about that.
Those ones are always kind of problematic, I find, because it's hard to kind of release them in any other format than as an extra in another series. Like one thing I really liked in the Zombie Powder volumes, that Zombie Powder was the series that Kaihikobo did before. Was that it put in the 3 one-shots he had done before zombie powder and consequently before Bleach, which I thought was pretty epic. So we got to see kind of like him developing his artwork. I thought that was pretty cool. But it's pretty hard to release a lot of those one-shots, those actual 50-page series.
Yeah.
Like when I said one-shot, I was kind of imaging more like Sandland, you know, which is like literally one volume.
Oh, okay.
They're not, you know, majorly common, but there are a good few of them.
Yeah, I was thinking just like the one chapter sort of thing, but
yeah, I find them very hard to, you know, locate besides the actual volumes, you know. I think in some of those data books or whatever for series like, you know, Naruto and Bleach and all that, they do like the original pilot chapter.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah, which are cool to look at, but they're hardly, you know, the cutting edge of storytelling. Just one sec. Jordan Bradford, he's actually asking us a question now.
Okay.
He says, seeing as I can't join at the moment, I'll ask a question I would have asked if I was in the stream. What are your opinions on the prices and such of anime box sets and manga in the UK/Ireland? Well, Cody, you can't answer that because you're not from over here.
Yeah.
So that's the rest of us. Actually, I forgot to ask. Yo, Canada, are you from the US or from, you know, across the pond? From like Ireland?
I'm from the UK, but I'm in Australia.
Ah, cool. Actually, you're in Australia. Oh,
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask, actually, you know how like they don't have an Amazon over there?
No, we don't have an Amazon.
Yeah. So how do you get? Well, actually, come to think of it, do you get your all your anime from questionable sources?
I subscribe to Crunchyroll and get it there, but I am available to get it because Madman Entertainment licenses a lot of stuff.
Yeah, they
and it goes
license
into
a lot of
stores and
stuff. I'm
things.
just wondering how they distribute it.
Stores. We have a few anime stores around.
Oh, cool.
Like some video game stores will go, we've got video games over here, and then we've got this whole anime section over here, and they're fairly large collections.
That's pretty cool. That's kind of different to most, you know, to America and like UK and Ireland now.
I would love the day to see an anime store open up.
That would be something, all right. The question is, would it get
Send
enough?
some pictures to you guys.
Like the closest thing I have to an anime store, well, it's more manga. There's a store in Cork, which is near where I am, called Other Realms. There's like there's a lot of manga there. It's overpriced, you know. It's the store prices. But you
Yeah.
have a good bit. It's mainly shonen though, so that's the closest thing. The good thing about it though is that if you go there, you're bound to find someone else who's into anime and manga, and you can talk to them.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to the actual question, I guess. So, our opinions on the prices and such. Well, as far as I can tell, the prices in the UK and Ireland are pretty cheap in comparison to the rest of the world. I mean, like in America, I know one of the reasons for the bigger prices is because they have to actually fund the dub, whereas they don't have to over here. So that allows for series like, for example, Cruella Magica Magica. That was £28 over here when it first came out, but in America, 4 episodes would cost you like $60 or something. Now, that's an extreme example, but that's definitely better. And,
Well, sometimes it's better.
Oh, could you give an example where it's not better?
Well, for starters, manga isn't like distribution of manga. Like if you look at Attack on Titan,
And the upcoming release of Attack on Titan?
No, I mean the manga of Attack on Titan.
Oh, the actual manga, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
I'm not talking about manga entertainment. It's like we have to pay about £6, but like if you go onto Amazon.com, you can see the US version. Hang on, let me do it now. And they have to pay about $7, which is extremely cheaper.
The other thing that I want to bring up is I think in America, Cody, you can answer this. You add VAT after looking at the initial price, don't you? Is Cody here?
What was the question?
You know, in America, don't they show you like the list price and then they add the VAT afterwards?
Yeah, the tax, yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's the taxes.
Yeah, so seeing like the list price on Amazon, you'd actually have to add like an extra 23% or something.
Yeah, depending where you
23%.
live.
How much is the VAT over there now?
Our tax system is apparently the most complicated one in the world. It's,
So would it be about? Would it add usually like about 20% onto the price?
well, for me, if I bought something on Amazon, if I buy something from outside of my state, then there's no sales tax and free shipping. But if I buy something within my state, there's a 10% sales tax.
Ah, weird. Okay, that's definitely odd. So an extra 10%. So what? That's be 60 cents onto the. What was it? $6 you said?
Yeah, it's about $1 for every $10.
Yeah. So. Dylan. That would probably actually be correct. Probably. It would probably
Yeah,
would still be
maybe. Yeah.
possibly. It's not that vast a difference, though. I mean,
Like it fluctuates as well because, like,
the exchange rate.
yeah.
Like I think we're probably more lucky concerning pricing over here, at least in terms of anime, because like in America, how much? Like a new box set of Naruto Shippuden, isn't that like $34.99 or something?
Something like that. And
Yeah.
you also, concerning high prices, sometimes you gotta consider what they're offering. Like some of the high prices for stuff are really like premium kind of releases.
Yeah, like NIS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I accept that with them, but with Viz, with the exception of the recent release of K, they haven't done really any of those kind of deluxe box sets. In terms of packaging, at least. So, literally, what you pay for your $34.99 Naruto Shippuden box set is the same for as what we get over here, but for cheaper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and of course, we don't have an Aniplex over here, which I'm very happy for. The Anime Limited, they seem to be increasing the price a bit. Some of the stuff seems quite pricey, but
Well,
it's not
I think it's got to be that because of how expensive they would have had to pay for the licenses.
True, very true. But like some of them are like I'm willing to pay the price for. I mean, Cowboy Bebop, they're doing a complete collection box set for the Blu-ray.
but that's not like a collector's edition. Or you won't get like them the illustrations that you got when you got it. When it's first released in part 1 and 2. Those were collector's edition, but this complete one, that's not collector's, so you won't get.
Did I say collector's?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say it. What I meant was, like, I think on Amazon.co.uk right now, it's like about £40, but I'm cool with that. I'm like thinking, for it's cheaper than what I would have had to pay for them individually, and for 26 episodes of something that I'll probably rewatch. I'm good with it.
So like we've got Duo Rock that's coming out. That's limited edition Blu-ray. I don't know.
Oh yes.
I don't know how many. I don't know what it's.
£88 now on Amazon, I think.
It's how much?
£88.
No, that's no, that's Gurren Lagann.
What did you say actually?
Durarara.
I missed Durarara.
Like on Amazon, it said it's limited edition. I don't know how many units that is, but I've got it on pre-order for £50.
The thing that put me off
as well.
Was UK Anime Network. They did a kind of kind of showing what the disc contents are, and there's like no extras with them at all. Although the fact that it now has an English dub, which the original Durarara release in the UK never had, and the fact that it's a high definition, all that I guess is an extra. I would have liked, I don't know, some kind of extras with it, like a commentary or making of or something, for that price at least.
Callum, what are all these links you're sending me?
This is the Australian version of Durarara for
a
significantly cheaper price, about half the price of that. It's already out.
Bloody hell.
Oh, I just spotted it there. Can I say that I love the thing at the bottom there, trying not to disconnect. And hilarious.
Yeah, I'm trying so very hard.
Okay.
It won't work.
So overall, I would say the UK has it pretty good. Now that's not to say that America and Australia don't have it pretty good. I mean, they both have their advantages. The US gets the stuff first in general. Australia gets a lot more, as far as I can tell, than the UK. Like,
Yeah.
they've done a complete box set of Cardcaptor Sakura over there, which has yet to be released over here, I think. So,
Mm.
and they also they got One Piece and Dragon Ball way before.
Yeah. If you compare all those three territories to Japan, well, you should be satisfied on the price because
Yeah, Japan's crazy on the prices for those.
and they sell episode DVDs with only 3 episodes for over $20, you know. So and
Doesn't that even compare like the Puella Magica Magica Blu-rays? I think it was 2 episodes of box set. Now you got lots of extras, like commentaries and all that, but they charge like $60 or something for it.
yeah.
Crazy stuff.
So we should just be happy on our prices, and it hasn't.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering when I look at my anime collection, am I a millionaire in terms of like Japanese anime prices?
Well, hey, in Japan, those sets or whatever, that's how they still have video stores.
Yeah.
True.
Like
Very
you
true.
still rent CDs and DVDs and Blu-rays because they're way too expensive.
But the thing is, as well, except for your minority of some otakus, if you're a big anime fan, you're not gonna buy all those DVDs anyway, like we do. We're lucky. We have room in our houses. We can buy as much as we want. But for a fan in Japan, they'll just buy their one favorite series of lifetime. They're not going to buy this, and this because it's expensive and they don't have the room for it.
Yeah, it's very tight in Tokyo.
But what about manga? Is it a lot cheaper in Japan?
It is cheaper. I can't like one of the Naruto volumes. I remember Masashi was freaking out by the fact that the price had gone up by 20 yen, so it was like from 450 yen to 470. About 100 yen is a dollar, so it's like $4 or something for a lot of. I don't know if that's the same as still. The reason it went up is because it was like this really fat, like 240-page volume of Naruto. But yeah, they are cheaper over there. Although it's having like a couple of bucks off of manga doesn't make up for the fact that their stuff is like way overpriced in terms of anime.
I think they use cheaper paper too.
Sorry?
I think they use cheaper, lower quality paper too.
Yeah, I heard about that. Actually, they do this thing sometimes where for some older series they'll release like a volume which is like $1, but it'll be on this really crappy newspaper kind of paper. So, yeah, they like in there. It's at least with manga, it's kind of like you get what you pay for. Like if you buy cheap, you're getting really cheap paper. If you buy one of the more deluxe volumes, like I think, and isn't there like this deluxe edition of Naruto now in Japan where like it's like hardcover and it's like color pages and everything?
Could be.
I think so.
I guess the really cheap stuff is just for people who want to watch it, just to read it instead of actually keep it on a shelf. It's just say, yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, apparently like, they read manga and throw it away in Japan. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. It's
Wouldn't dip to it here.
I'm just thinking. We've kind of answered that question now, so let's just. I'm not sure if anyone else has asked questions. If anyone else has asked questions there, we should probably answer them instead of answering more of Walking Dead. It's not to say that they're bad, but we've answered how many questions now? A good lot of them. So.
Have you guys seen an anime called Ergo Proxy? Says Toadkick.
Oh, I need to see Ergo Proxy. It's a tad pricey. It's like £30 over here, which I know in America it's probably be more, a good bit more than that. But in comparison to other stuff I could get, it just seems a bit pricey. Plus, hopefully at some point it'll come up in MVM's deal of the week. I mean, if I can get it for like €13, I'd be really satisfied with that. But I do need to see that. It's supposed to be epic. You guys?
Looks like.
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
Haven't even seen it, heard of it.
I've heard of it. It's supposed to be pretty epic.
I've watched it a long time ago, and I've got the DVD on my shelf. I need to rewatch it someday.
Would you recommend it?
If you're into, it depends what you think it's gonna be, because it's very slow pace, and if you just really like, it's really heavy with the atmosphere, and if you like science fiction, robots and stuff, why not give it a try?
Yeah, I like science fiction robots and all that.
Hey, Callum, what time is it there?
What time? Actually, most of us would be in the same time zones.
I'm just asking Callum because he's in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's 1 in the morning.
Wow.
The sun rises up.
Yeah.
That's crazy now. Like, I thought I was being pretty safe with the 12 until I realized that like the east coast of America, I think, is like 7 hours behind the over here. So I was thinking like that's 5 a.m. actually. So crazy stuff. I might just check now. More question. Yeah, that's the question we answered. Okay, you guys. Some of you guys are into One Piece a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's a person here who says, this guy, Toad Kick, he says, I always found Luffy kind of boring compared to most other popular shonen main characters. He's way too simple and can't be taken seriously at all. Any response to that?
Well, it is true though. It is simple, but when he has to shine, like he really comes through for like his crew and that.
He does have his epic moments, and he only cares about his Nakama, and he wants to just all be friends really for the adventure ahead. He won't let
You say that makes him predictable? When you say that makes him predictable, though?
Yeah, no, he is predictable in some ways. Like, he always falls asleep or always eats, and we get tired of that. But I do enjoy seeing him on screen. It's just something about him that I don't mind watching more of him.
So it's kind of a personal preference then.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched a good bit of One Piece now. Well, like when I say a good piece, good lot of.
He's not my favourite of the Straw Hat crew, definitely not. But I like to see him interact with the other Nakama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is interesting, seeing him interact with the other crew members and their reactions. I always laugh at Zoro's reactions to his basic plans.
Yeah.
Zoro always freaks out about it. At least at this point, I'm very behind One Piece in comparison to like the rest of the world. So, except for maybe the UK, I'm only one box set behind there. But he is a simple hero, and he lacks the depth of other shonen heroes. But that doesn't necessarily mean he's not fun. He's just simple.
Yeah.
Okay. I would agree with the next 2 points that Toad Kick makes. He says Togashi's artwork is bad due to his inconsistency, but when he's putting a lot of effort into the pages, it's actually pretty good art. That kind of goes back to what I was saying. I think he's a guy who, you all realize that's the Yu Yu Hakusho Hunter x Hunter guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just checking. I think that he's a great artist at heart, but because of his illness and the fact that he's unable to take the time to develop everything and to, release at a proper rate and everything, I think his artwork suffers for that, and that means that a lot of panels can be very not appealing. But definitely, like the key shots and the kind of money shots, you can call them, the big panels are always very pleasant to look at. So I would definitely agree with that. Although I wouldn't go so far as to say it's bad. I mean, I don't think I've come across something yet, and I'm on volume 14, that's made me go, oh god, that's awful. So
I think it was quite bad when we don't see these in the volumes, but the published chapters in Shonen Jump. Sometimes there's just empty columns, like he hasn't drawn anything, and then he had to redraw for the manga volume itself. I felt
I don't see that. I kind of chalk that down to his illness, probably.
Yeah, but I'm quite surprised he's still, well, I wouldn't say fired, but like they haven't let him go because he's been ill all this time. It's due to the fact from his first couple of series did so well, they don't want him to go to another publisher or so forth. So
that and Hunter x Hunter is still like a great seller. I mean, it's in top 10 Shonen Jump sellers, bestsellers of all time. So.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to let him go, but I wouldn't say excuse because I don't think you can criticize all you want if he's ill, if he's just not bothering or whatever, but all this time off, when is he going to come back and do the chapters? But if he wasn't as popular, he wouldn't have stayed at Shonen Jump. Like I think what if you criticize other mangakas? What if Kishimoto stopped for the whole year? Would Shonen Jump just kick him out because that's his first proper series?
Well, considering how much now,
not only that was just an example. Anyone new. That's why obviously a lot of manga series get cancelled because they don't do well or they don't give the creator a big enough chance. Then it's just one chance and you're out of it. But because he's done so well with Yu Yu Hakusho and everything, he's safe. He's in the safe zone, and it doesn't matter when he's going to come back.
Yeah, I would agree. Like these big names like Ichiro Oda, Taiki Kubo, they wouldn't, like if they took a long break, they would let them go. They want to keep on to them, but definitely they wouldn't take any kind of smack from anyone else. I remember this one section in Bakuman, for instance, where they had to go on hiatus because Mishiro, was it? Yeah, he had to fatigued or something, and there was enormous pressure on him in that, and there was like, they were talking about the damage he would do to his series and everything, and Shonen Jump, like they really wanted to keep him going even in the hospital. Of course, that's what he wanted, but everyone else didn't want him to do that.
Yeah.
I think I mean, if they're not even giving these guys a chance when they're still in the magazine, what chance are they going to get if they're going hiatus?
Well, then again, it's like a business, and they've got to uphold their reputation and shit.
Well, that's the Japanese business overall,
Yeah.
First life, first marriage is work, then it's, your marriage, and then kids or whatever. You're married twice in Japan, as we say. Your work, and then your wife or husband.
That's quite true. Except for the women, apparently, like it's still quite common over there to stop working at your job once you've married.
Yeah.
A
Or
good example would be
as well. If you're quite high in your business and you have a baby, you go way down, and you don't get back up quite easily.
Like
But that's where work ethics or whatever.
A good example of that would be Naoko Takeuchi. She's married to your man who did Hunter x Hunter. She helped him with the first volume of Hunter x Hunter, I think, but then she stopped because it was too much work.
Yeah.
But she's hardly done anything since she got married to him.
No, yeah.
It's quite interesting. And did I mention she's the one who did Sailor Moon? I like that. Not that I'm that keen on Sailor Moon, actually. If you see my review of it, I think it's quite overrated, but still, it's it's surprising considering her success that they would let her go, for instance, that they wouldn't try to keep her going.
Yeah.
It's just kind of interesting. Yeah, and the next, well, I don't really want to bring up the last point that he makes there. It's Mnemosyne, I just mentioned. He said it's a great series, but it's quite messed up. Rin Daughters of Mnemosyne. Have any of you not seen it?
No.
I haven't seen it.
Well, I guess I should ask them, have any of you actually seen it? Am I the only one?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Yeah.
Rin Daughters of Mnemosyne.
Oh, no, I haven't seen it.
It's a great series, but it's really strong in like violence and sexual and all that. I would highly recommend it. It's like my 5th favorite anime. It's the thing that really sells it for me is that the 2 lead characters are immortal, and as the series progresses, it's going throughout time. So when I say throughout time, I mean about 60 years. So it goes from like 1990 to about 2050. And the 2 characters are, like, because they're immortal, they stay the same, but everyone around them changes, and the whole environment changes, and I just think that's a fascinating concept. So I would highly recommend it, and there's many reasons why it's great besides that, but if you're not into, like, hardcore violence or,
I'd say
graphic
if you're
sex.
interested in that concept, check out Mermaid Saga.
Oh, I need to. I might be wrong. Rumiko? Did she do that? Yeah. I don't think that's in. I think they might have started releasing that in the US, but they stopped releasing that after a while, didn't they? Or did they release it under a different name? I'm just trying to recall.
They've released Mermaid Saga at least twice. There's the original 90s run, and then there's like Mermaid Forest, which is like pretty much the same. It's the same thing, kind of renamed a little bit. Yeah.
And did they complete it?
Oh yeah, it's only 3 volumes long.
Is that short? Oh, for some reason I was thinking like 15 or something. I definitely need to get that if I can find it. There's not many used bookstores nearby, so I'm mainly reliant on online, and eBay can be quite problematic. So mainly Amazon and Book Depository for me. Although, hopefully with the MVM Deal of the Weeks, I'll start, getting some stuff off Play.com, I think that's, like, besides your man walking 00 Dead, I think that's all the questions. Let me just run back a bit.
Maybe just pick out some highlights from his questions.
Yeah, we can take some more questions from him. Where were we at? The last one was the best ending, wasn't it? So here's another good one. Your favorite mangaka and why?
Oh.
Do anyone want to jump into that one, or? Everyone's quite hesitant.
It's just because I haven't finished many manga, so it's quite hard to say. But of what I've read, I like the GTO creator in general because of what I saw rather than read anyway, but now I'm currently reading it and I'm loving the art style and the story flow. So I would say that is my, at the moment, current favourite manga. But I've also liked the creator of Fullmetal Alchemist as well.
Have you I know it unless it might be on Crunchyroll Manga. Is Silver Spoon on Crunchyroll Manga?
I'm not sure if it's on manga, but I'm watching the anime. Yeah.
Okay. That's definitely on Crunchyroll. I know that.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually. I think a lot of people didn't want to get into it because it is about agriculture and just farming, but you can see the creator's story flowing in what you saw in Fullmetal Alchemist. It has that, it has her touch in it,
And it's won tons of awards from what I've heard.
Really?
It's supposed to be very good, and everyone's surprised that the manga and the anime haven't been licensed yet.
I started reading it, but just wasn't too impressed with it.
It was really slow for me, you know, but I stuck through it
It is
because it
very
was only
slow.
12 episodes, and season 2, you know, I like it. I know it's not for everyone, but if you liked my Full Metal Alchemist, I would definitely give it a go, you know.
Okay. If I had to say my favorite mangaka, well, it's kind of down to two. From my top manga list, there's an obvious choice, and that would be I can't remember his name. I always get their names mixed up. Who's the artist for Death Note and Bakuman? Is it Oba or Bata?
I think it's Oba something.
But I love his artwork, and like I've read him in I've read it in Bakuman, Death Note, and I've also read in Ralgrad. It being the main selling point for me in Ralgrad, and I need to get Hikaru no Go, which is looks a very good series as well. Also drawn by him. So from an work perspective, I would definitely say he's probably the top, artist that I've read from. From a whole kind of career perspective, I would definitely go with Tezuka. Just from the sheer variety of his works, the quality of many of his works. They're not always great or brilliant, but they're always fascinating. So I would go with Tezuka.
The godfather of manga.
Yes, the godfather of manga.
I would like to actually read some of his stuff. I must admit I haven't really read or watched any of his creations, which I really do.
I recommend like a beginning manga to read. If you could get your hands on like maybe the first few volumes of Blackjack, or if you get the omnibuses of Message to Adolf, those would be a good series to get into for him.
I'll check that out.
Anyone else?
I'm just gonna say Oda or not.
Ichiro Oda.
Yeah.
Well,
They
who's joined now?
for me, but yeah.
Blue Yoshi.
There it is.
Scoot.
I don't think I've ever met you before.
He doesn't do many videos. Do you, Scoot?
Is he part of that other group, the
My Galaxy, yeah.
Yeah.
Scoot, is your mic on?
It should be.
I think I hear it now. Let's switch back over to chat now. I was looking at the QA, chat. Where's chat? There we go. Okay. What's your name? Blue Yoshi. Are you connected up? Can you? Is your mic working?
It should be working.
Yeah, I can hear you. It hasn't switched over to you yet. I can see you down at the bottom of the screen, so you are there. Okay.
Okay.
I've never met you before, so welcome to the stream. How about you? We ask you next, actually. We're answering questions now. Some questions. The current question is our favorite mangaka. Do you wanna give your opinion?
I would probably respond to the guy who did the Suicide Island series. I relatively like his work.
Which one?
I can't remember him by name. Hold on. I'll check right now.
What series was that called again? I missed it.
Suicide Island.
I'm not sure if I know it. Yeah, if you can get his name, I can. Just one moment. Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Mori Koji.
Sorry, just someone's going to come into this room in a moment, but that's fine, isn't it? He won't be noisy at all. So, have you gotten a name yet?
Looking for it right now. Mori
questions are through with walking
Korji.
Okay, while that's happening, how about other people answer? Who hasn't answered yet?
Calendar year.
Sorry?
I don't know. I think everyone's answered.
Okay, so we're just waiting on the last one. Okay, how about we move on to the next question then?
Okay.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Let me see, favorite mecha series? Probably not that one. How about the what video game you'd like to see getting animated? That sounds pretty interesting. If I can just make a recommendation, I'm thinking like, you know Final Fantasy 9?
Yeah.
Oh, who'd we lose there?
Cody.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's reconnected. Okay. So I would think Final Fantasy 9 would be epic if it got like a 52 episode series. So that kind of thing. And the thing with Final Fantasy is it's such a long-running series; it would need to get some time to breathe, you know, from a story perspective. So definitely, if it was a 52 episode series, I'd love Final Fantasy. If it was from a more 26 episode series, what game would I pick then? I'll just go with Final Fantasy 9. I think that would be great.
Okay, cool. I'd probably go with. So are we talking like any video game series?
Any video, if you want to say Call of Duty, say Call of Duty.
Well, maybe Mirror's Edge.
That would actually be quite epic, right, in an anime form. It's just, I wonder, like, what the overall story would be. Just kind of like the game, is it?
Well, yeah, but like, I can just see like the wall jumping and shit like that being animated. Like, there could be a story involved in that.
I was just about to say that.
Definitely from a visual perspective, would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyone else?
What are you guys talking about now? I timed out.
Sorry, I missed that.
He was asking what we're talking about. So we're talking about video games to be adapted into anime series.
Yeah, if you could pick one, you know.
How about Bomberman?
Yeah.
Bomberman already has an anime. Bomberman Jetters.
Well,
It is a 50-episode anime. I highly recommend it.
Okay then.
I would see Zelda.
Zelda could be good.
Zelda.
I'd say
Zelda got an animated series of some kind. Was
Yeah.
It was a American cartoon, not like an actual anime. But it does have manga series, like the Four Swords and the Ocarina of Time mangas.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious because I did know it had some kind of animated thing.
Yeah.
I
know. I would.
Not animated.
I would recommend Dead Space for like a 28-ish episode anime. I know it has like an animated movie.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Which series is this?
Dead Space.
Oh, Dead. Well, yeah. I've seen. What was the first animated film from it?
oh yeah, there was animated stuff from it.
Deadfall? No, not Deadfall.
There was comics of the Dead Space series.
Yeah, I know what you're saying though. I think the animation for Dead Space was done in Japan, so it's kinda anime-ish. I just slap it up with my anime because it's distributed by Manga Entertainment, which are an anime distributor, so that just kind of works out. But yeah, I'd say Dead Space, maybe like a 26 of those series, maybe adapting 1 or 2 games or something. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, for me, I'd have to say Jet Set Radio.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'd want to see that art style brought into an animation, because that'd be
Just
awesome.
find me another one. I would like Shenmue. That'd be awesome.
Oh my
yes.
god, Shamu.
Similar.
So yeah, I can think of a good few that would make pretty good animes. Ooh. Ooh. He'll probably be back. Okay. Next question is. Whew. Now the next one is a tough one. I'm not sure if we're even up for this. It says, "What makes an anime or a manga a classic?"
Oh yeah,
That's a tough
asking
one.
hard questions.
Is this kind of the same as like what makes a video game
A
retro?
cult classic.
Yeah.
Well, a cult classic is kind of different to a classic, isn't it? A cult classic
Yeah.
is like aimed at more one
Yeah.
group. So,
It's a niche audience, but I'm not sure.
my
Did
first.
you say 90s?
Oh yeah, definitely age has something to do with it. I mean, like for
90s and
example,
four, but
Yeah, for
I
example,
absolutely
Samurai Pizza Cats.
Samurai Pizza Cats.
I remember that old anime.
Well, I'm not sure it quite count as a classic. Okay, so basically there'd be certain criteria for actually being a classic. One would be age. It would
I
need to
think two should be like region, because I know a classic anime over here in America would be something like the original Dragon Ball.
Sorry?
Hmm?
What did you say there? I missed it.
I know location would have to be something to do with it, because over here in America, a classic anime would be like the original Dragon Ball series.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. It also depends on like when it gets released in a country.
Yeah.
That would have something to do with it. But I'm kind of going at it from kind of modern. If something gets released in America, then there's good chances it'll get released in Australia and UK from that. And if it's really popular in Japan, there's a good chance that it'll come out over here as well. So that if it's really popular, and I know that doesn't include everything, but these days it's pretty good. Like for example, here's a question that I just want to pose to you guys. Would any of you like class anything from 2007 as classics? Like I mean, for example, Death Note, Gurren Lagann, Code Geass. Would you call those classics?
I'd say it will be a classic,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't say it's a classic now,
Yeah.
just because of the age.
Yeah, it's still
I
kind
would say like in today's standards, animes from like back in like the 1990s ish area would be considered classic.
like Neon Genesis. Then.
Yeah.
Oh,
even then.
So by that logic, does that mean that something like Ghost in the Shell standalone complex isn't a classic then?
I would call it a modern classic.
A modern
Yeah.
classic. Yeah, that actually does work well. So basically, our kind of the break-off point for just the word classic would be like once it hits 2000s, it's no longer a classic; it's a modern classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to work out a new classification system as we go along in time.
Yeah, and then of course quality always does come back into it.
Yeah, but give that another 5 years, and then, you know, the early 2000s because the classics then. Because like you said,
Yeah.
it depends about the age. Because I can think of early 2000s, not 2005, like 2000 and 2001 to be quite classics right now. But I still would name classics which would be in the 90s, you know.
Yeah. Here's a question. Oh no, actually no. Okay, I know about you, Count Mecca. You haven't actually seen the Slayers, have you? Because you mentioned that. And BDT.
I am
Did you ever say? Yeah, you said you didn't, right?
I have seen the Slayers.
Yeah, you have,
Really?
because you seem to be very good with classic anime.
Yeah.
When I say classic, I'm using the word older instead of like. Would you count the Slayers as a classic anime, for instance?
Actually, I would.
Because
The original Slayers, mind you,
Oh,
because
cool.
there's like
Jordan's
5
just
different
asked-
series.
Are you, Jordan?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, cool.
Hope so.
Okay, so now that you're the new boy, do you want to know? Do you want to explain what your definition of a classic would be?
I think classic, obviously with age as well, but I guess it depends how popular it is. Like if say you're referring an anime to someone, oh, this is a classic, meaning like it's really good. It's something that a lot of people know about.
Kind of like a milestone.
Yeah, or like an anime that's renowned, like Ghost in the Shell or Neon Genesis Evangelion. They're not that old because they've been like remastered, but you would still go, oh, it's a classic.
Yeah.
Well, the original Ghost in the Shell movie would be old enough, like 1995. So
yeah,
like from an age perspective, that would definitely come under the category of classic. And I'm sorry, I just realized actually, Blue Yoshi, that I cut into your explanation of why you'd consider Slayers to be a classic. You're explaining.
I consider Slayers to be a classic because it kind of has that like borderline-ish feel of being from the 90s because of its whole art style. It has like that. It has the kind of like dryish style from like how rough the animation kind of looks. Like it didn't look this refined and smooth.
I've seen Revolution and Evolution R, and it's like the change in look of it is so jarring because it's going from cell animation to digital. It's
yeah.
That would definitely be something. Would you say that it would get up to like the level of quality? I mean, I myself, like I like Slayers Next a lot, but I'm not that big a fan of the original Slayers. So would you call like the original Slayers a classic? Even though it's all kind of very messy in terms of storytelling?
Well, since I kind of like watching obscure animes that don't really like to define their storyline that much, I would have to still say yes.
Okay.
Because people who are
I'm just
fans
kind of wondering, like, Slayers is hardly like a philosophical or, series. It's not something that one would immediately call great. It's fun, it's enjoyable, but
it just takes time to grow on you.
Yeah, that would definitely be the word I'd use for it. I'm not sure what it'd be like now if I watched the first season. Would I like it more than I did back then? But, definitely, I would say it would be a different experience over it. We've answered that question.
What was the question?
You've forgotten the question, have you? The question was what defines a classic in terms of anime and manga.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah, okay. Cool. We're actually getting nearer the end of it now. Let's see. Favorite childhood moment from anime. That's pretty cool.
What's that mean?
Like
a childhood moment we had, or someone else's childhood moment?
I'm assuming most of us watched anime on TV, even if we didn't know was anime.
That would be
like Digimon, Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So some kind of big childhood moment. I'm just trying to think of one, but
I would have to say the Cell battles. I remember watching that when I was little.
On Toonami, yeah, I remember those. Back in the day.
I didn't have Toonami back then. It was only on this kind of this national kind of network in Ireland called RTE, and they only showed like Pokemon, Digimon, Yu-Gi-Oh, card captors, but they never showed Dragon Ball. I'm not sure why.
They showed stuff that sold toys.
Probably. So.
Is it maybe because of the violence?
Could have been. I don't know what the violence was like on Dragon Ball in its censored form. I know it was censored for television, even on Toonami, but I wonder would that still have been too strong on the TV network here.
Possibly, because like even though it was censored, it was still quite graphic in the sense like bones would be broken and people would be blown apart. So, like even though the blood was censored, it was still quite violent for the time anyway.
Also, if I'm correct, did they say in the dub they never said that they killed anyone. They'd say destroy them, and they didn't send them to hell. It was like, you know, some place for
It was
losers.
pitiful.
Yeah.
But yeah, it probably would have been more violent than, say, Pokemon, Digimon, etc., etc. Although I have to confess, I watched Pokemon Origins recently. Do you know? Have any seen that?
Oh, that is great.
Yeah, but there's in the first episode when that Squirtle bites the Charmander, I was cringing at that. Just it seems so violent for Pokemon, you know?
Yeah.
But in reality, if you look at the terms of the show, that's kind of what Pokemon do all the time.
Yeah, like biting, scratch, etc., etc. But just to see it there, you know, was just
Charmander screaming.
Pokemon Origins kind of, what Pokemon Origins kind of reminds me of was the old school first season of the main staple Pokemon series.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, like it would make sense. That would remind you that it's essentially it's in the same region. I can't remember the region's name.
The Kanto region, I believe.
Yeah, Kanto region. And so of course you see Brock and all that. They did make some big changes. So, like for example, instead of like all the Pokemon repeating their names, it's the actual growling, which is like the games. So that kind of makes more sense than just the Charmander going Charmander or something like that. You know?
Yeah, I would have preferred like a more in-depth version of Pokemon Origins rather than having like the cash cow Pokemon that's out now on for like what, 11 seasons now or something.
I think it's up to season 12.
Yeah, just adapts the manga. It's really good.
Pokemon Adventures.
I've never read the manga.
Yeah, Pokemon Adventures is really good.
Yeah, I need to read that. Some people at the Society were actually comparing Origins to Adventures. They said it had the same kind of feel.
Yeah, it's got the same kind of feel to it. It's not the same plot or even the same characters, but it's got some... Maybe it's just because they're both based on the games, whilst the anime is kind of loosely based on it.
Yeah.
I feel like the anime is... Well, this is what the anime is. It's just a way to market the games.
Yeah.
Well, that is their whole purpose, I would say.
They know they're making money from it, so as long as people keep buying the games, they're going to keep making series.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'm just going to open up the Q&A thing again, just in case any new questions have come in. Oh, Kanapa has actually said something. He said, you mentioned that it was surprising for Akira to not have been watched. No,
we've already got to this one?
Oh. No, there's no more questions in the Q&A. And in the next question, the last question for Walking Dead is like best samurai series, which I'm not that keen to delve into.
I haven't really watched any.
I watched Samurai 7, which was alright.
I mean, I haven't seen any series, but in manga terms, I'd go with Vagabond. Is probably one of the best manga I've sat and read in one sitting.
I need to read Vagabond. It just it's hard to get the first Visbig now.
Yeah, it's lengthy, but the storytelling is really good, and the fights are even better as well.
Out of this world.
I would have to go with Kenjin, since that's the only samurai kind of Sojin that I've watched recently.
Well, I don't get that much experience with samurai anime or manga. Like I'm reading Lone Wolf and Cub now, which is very good. I'm just trying to think, was there any other samurai-related stuff? Not really, I don't think.
I remember a friend of mine in one of the other live streams I've been in highly recommending a manga called Kingdom, which is apparently samurai-ish with the whole feudal feel.
I've heard that a few times this week, Kingdom.
I don't know, suddenly I'm hearing it all about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of people have been talking about Kingdom recently. I don't think it's been licensed yet, though, has it?
Not here in America, as far as I know.
Yeah, and it's based on manga as well, isn't it?
Yes.
So that hasn't been licensed either.
Yeah.
considering how popular it seems to have gotten, it's probably inevitably brought over at some point.
I remember hearing that it is in the process of getting licensed. So, that's something to look forward to at least.
Probably Funimation will pick it up.
Yeah. One of the questions I asked earlier, sorry, when I posted it on the site was about the prices and stuff. The reason I brought that up is the other day, I don't know if you've got Waterstones in Ireland.
Yeah, we do.
But I went there to pick up some manga because it's like the only store for a good few mile that sells any kind of manga. And the Attack on Titan series and Naruto and stuff were averaging like £7. And then they were selling High School of the Dead manga volumes for like £10 to £15 a volume, which was fucking ridiculous. So that's like $20, I guess, in America, or
but
€17.
That it's that's RRP, like recommended retail price. Amazon and Book Depository always knock like 10 or 20% off it. So that's kind of what they're meant to be priced at, but because of the fact that Amazon and Book Depository buy in bulk, they get a discount when they order it, and they pass that on to the consumer in order to probably beat these shops.
I just thought it was a ridiculous price. Like,
well, it is ridiculous in comparison to Amazon and Book Depository, but it's like I meant the Realms. They charge that kind of price as well. Like, I mean, you go in there, a volume of Berserk will be €15, which is huge considering it's like 200 pages only.
Yeah, like I don't mind if I'm getting a lot of content, but the High School of the Dead volumes look minuscule compared to, like, say, Death Note or One Piece.
They're only like 160 pages, you see. One Piece is, I think, about 180 to 200.
Yeah.
They're actually getting less per volume, and yet you're spending more for it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Really, in terms of, like, with box sets as well, like the Dragon Ball Z box sets. You know how they keep remastering it and redubbing it, or saying like this is 5.1 stereo sound, and they're still charging like £30 a series.
Yeah, like with original prices.
Like they definitely did spend a lot to improve those technical aspects of it, and they want to make money back somehow. So like, it's not like people can't buy the previous releases of Dragon Ball, probably, unless of course they go out of print. But even then, there's like a bit of time, after the new lot has been released that is still in print. So that's kind of more forgivable, in my opinion. That's not to say the shops are unforgivable. It's just I can definitely see the issue there. And actually, Code Provider mentioned that as well. There was lots of people were saying to him, oh, I'm going to be going to so and so's store. What would you recommend I get? And what Code Provider would say to them is, first things first, don't go to a store, order online, because you get a lot more for the same amount.
Yeah.
Which is true. So the only real advantage I see in a store is either if you buy something used, like there is actually a used bookstore nearby that sells used manga. Now the used manga isn't as cheap as usual used manga. It's like €4.99, but it's still cheaper than what you get online.
Yeah.
And it's hardly the widest variety, but I get certain series from there, and sometimes they're hard series to find, like Tuxedo Gin. I got the first volume of that. Don't know if any of you know that.
Well, I've not heard of it personally.
Apparently, they're going to make a Disney movie out of it. That'll be something. A Disney movie from a manga. Just think about that.
How are they going to pull out?
The art is actually surprisingly violent, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's like the manga Akame ga Kiru. Don't know if any of you guys have heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you heard of it. They've been announced that they've got an anime coming out.
It's going to be really cool because Akame ga Kiru is brilliant.
But it's so gory, like Elfin Lead on level with that, probably even worse in terms of like gore and violence at some parts. So I just hope they don't.
Only really on the first episode though. Like the first chapter is far more violent than the rest of the series.
Yeah.
I
don't know if they're going to tone it down or not.
The episode is more violent than everything else.
Yeah.
Actually, just speaking of movies, actually, are all of you reading Attack on Titan?
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
yet.
I'm not up to date yet though.
Okay, just you know how they're making like a live action movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have
Hopefully,
any-
it turns out kind of like the Death Note movies.
Sorry.
Hopefully the live action for the Attack on Titan turns out like the Death Note movies, since they quite did their live action footage well.
The Death Note movies were good, but the difference being Attack on Titan, the scale that they're going to have to do it is
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah.
not just a guy in a room with a book. It's 50-foot giant people eating other
Yeah.
people. So, like,
Obviously, they're going to have to like bring in stunt doubles or whatever to be able to do some of the like movements that they have in the anime.
If the CGI is good, which I don't see it being these days because a lot of CGI looks fake, fair enough. But if it just looks god awful, well, they've ruined the film. So hopefully,
the Japanese done a car advert that was sponsored by Attack on Titan.
Yeah,
You see that?
that's what I was pointing out.
yeah.
They're gonna point out. The visual effects for that car ad are apparently going to be the kind that they're going to be using for the film, probably on a bigger budget.
Yeah.
So it might look a bit better than the car ad. But I was impressed enough with the car ad. It was.
I would have watched it if that's what the animation and like CGI was for the movie. I would
Yeah,
definitely.
just put out the car.
The way it worked, I think that only the last bit, the colossal Titan ad, was CGI. The other Titans in that, they were actually people with makeup on, and they just kind of put them into kind of like they kind of scaled them up then.
Oh yeah.
I thought that looked pretty great.
Cool, though.
And so possibly, I mean,
Sell it to
if they
Hollywood.
were dealing with lower budget like, on that ad, then they would be for the actual film.
Yeah, the problem with a film though is that you just got to hope they don't sell it to Hollywood like Dragon Ball Evolution, the
Oh,
abomination that
God.
was.
You
Like
even need to like bring up Dragon Ball Evolution, God.
I'm making like the example that Hollywood butcher everything that the Japanese would give them in terms of like anime.
Yeah.
True. I'm not sure if they've ever made a good movie based on anime. Have they?
Probably no, probably not.
You mean
Yeah,
America?
Not that I can
or-
think of anyway.
Yeah. I can't think of any.
Yeah. I like some people seem to like Speed Racer, but that's like a minority.
Oh, I like that one.
Oh yeah, the Speed Racer one. I keep thinking that Speed Racer was an anime.
You could say that Pacific Rim is based on Evangelion, but there's just heavy references.
Inspired is the term I'd use.
Yeah.
And even then, it's like a combination of inspiration from Evangelion and Godzilla. You know.
Oh, speaking of
Yeah.
which, the new Godzilla film looks amazing.
Well, it'll probably be better than the Roland Emmerich one, right?
It has to be, because that movie was terrible.
Yeah, one thing that actually annoys me about, I just want to point out, in the UK Ireland region, there doesn't seem to be much kaiju films out, which annoys me.
Yeah.
Like in America, it seems all the Mothra, Gamera, Godzilla movies seem to have some kind of release. But I looked up Godzilla on Amazon.co.uk, and the only one that I could see that was Region 2 was the original Godzilla, Gojira, Godzilla vs. King Kong, and the Roland Emmerich one, and that was it.
Yeah. Over here in America, usually the Godzilla films have a 2 to 3 year release from over in Japan. So
Yeah, but they do get released over there, all of them, I think.
yeah. Yeah, mostly all of them. I think there's
have-
only been about 2 that haven't been released over here.
Well, in fairness, that's far better than us. Which is surprising because there was a German person in my. She was an exchange student, and she told me that apparently in Germany, like they're shown all the time on television the kaiju movies. So I was just thinking, why if they wouldn't be, if like some distributor wouldn't pick it up for over here, because certainly there are like the fans who want to get Godzilla.
I think it's probably in terms of sales and ratings.
I'm sorry.
I think it's probably because of terms and like sales and ratings. It's like if they showed that kind of film on TV, I don't think it would get the ratings it should in like UK and Ireland compared to like I don't know, like Big Brother or some other shit program.
Yeah, probably true. Although I'm just talking about from a DVD perspective. It's not like these days you need to sell, hundreds of thousands of copies in order to make a profit. You can make a profit with like 5,000 easy. So I'm just thinking like, there's not 5,000 people in the whole of the UK and Ireland that would want to get, kaiju films.
I would buy it as long as it was like reasonable price. As long as they weren't trying to extort me because it's a classic or quite an old film.
Yeah, so I don't know. It seems a bit odd. You'd think someone would have picked it up. Then again, you can apply that to the fact to the same kind of thing in America, how they have like the Pokemon and Digimon series, and like you think someone would snap them up. But
Yeah.
It's just whatever happens behind closed doors,
Speaking of Digimon, I haven't really seen anything done with it. I don't know if that series was just dropped or if America's not getting it anymore. Because I haven't seen anything much of it.
I know
there's some games coming out for it, but I don't know about series.
I know about the Digimon games since I'm quite a fan of how they pull off their systems and how they do the games, but I haven't really seen much in terms of anime.
Did you ever play Digimon World?
Yeah.
I
Digimon World, that PS1 game.
Aye, I remember that game.
Yeah, that was some game.
Brilliant.
I never actually completed it though. It was just so big, I could never actually get through it all. That was back when I was really young.
Actually, thinking back to a previous question about a series that I would like to see become an anime, I would have to recommend the Phantasy Star series.
Yeah. I played some of those games. They didn't hook me, but I know it has its fans.
Yeah, I think the problem with Final Fantasy would be the story is so it's like a tree kind of in the sense that it branches out in all the different stories for certain games, like with Lightning and Cloud. Yeah. So the anime series would have to be massive.
Some guy has his Phantasy Star.
Yeah, I see it.
I actually have Phantasy Star Online for the Sega CD, and then I have Phantasy Star 2 and 3. I don't know what happened to my copy of Phantasy Star 1, but then I bought the whole bundle on Steam a while ago.
Is that on Steam?
Yes, the first 3 Phantasy Stars are on the Steam Sega collection, and I would highly recommend you pick them up.
Oh, that's cool. I'm not sure what Phantasy Star I played before, but I know it was quite different to the other Phantasy Stars.
The one I played was on Xbox. It was Phantasy Star Universe.
Fantasy Star Universe?
Yeah.
Yeah, was that the one with like the cards and everything?
No. It was kind of like an RPG.
Yeah. It's kind of like how they're pulling off some newer RPGs of this era. Yeah.
It was a good game, but you'd play it for 10 minutes, and if you went to an area where there was loads of players, you would just see loads of little blips saying give me money for naked pictures, and you're like...
Yeah, that was the game I played, actually. That's the Phantasy Star I played. So I'm assuming the originals are better.
The originals are really good. I would recommend that you play all the way up to Phantasy Star Online, but, obviously the servers aren't being supported anymore. What really, irks me is that they still haven't released Online 2 over here.
Is I'm just looking up the Wikipedia page for it. Is the combat system like Dragon Quest, like the original Dragon Quest?
Yeah.
Yes, it's kind of like the original Dragon Quest / Final Fantasy.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I need to get that. I love those combat systems.
It's also one of those games where you need some graph paper to figure out where you're going.
Well, I know Phantasy Star 1 and 2, I know they're kind of confusing to get through, but in Phantasy Star 3 and 4, they kind of give you some pointers and some reminders. And then I know in Universe, if you save and quit, they will give you no reminder on where the hell you're supposed to go.
A pretty cool anime style game for the Xbox that's recently came out is Dragon's Dogma. I don't know if like anybody's heard of it or played it.
I've heard of it.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Dragon
It's
Dog.
quite popular over here in the US, actually.
What
Yeah,
Dragon's Dogma is.
Yeah, Dragon's Dogma is quite popular over here.
I think it's because the boss battles are they're insane.
I
And
think
it's even better, like when you put the Japanese dub over it.
Yeah, I think one of the best anime-ish kind of games that I've played really recently would be Nier, because it gives that whole aesthetic of like it could be an anime, but it has like sort of a realistic art style to it.
I'm trying to think if I've played Nier.
I was just going to ask, actually, because it just reminded me when I mentioned about the combat system. Do you guys play the recent Final Fantasy games?
I played 14 of Realm Reborn, but that's it. Sorry.
I think the latest Final Fantasy I've played would have to be the Crystal Bearers. I can't remember the title quite clearly, but I know Crystal was involved.
I've tried Lightning Returns. That's cause, like a demo came out for that, but I couldn't get into it.
I hear the gameplay is very good in that, but the story is crap.
Yeah.
That's what I hear. I just wanted to bring up because Final Fantasy, it's like a really popular series, yet it seems Square Enix is so desperate to try to get other people, other than its fans, to get into it.
Yeah.
From a gameplay perspective. I mean, one of the best combat systems that I've seen was in Final Fantasy X. You know, I love the fact that you had up on the side, you know, the order of the turns, and then you can see what actions change what order, you know.
Yeah.
But like Final Fantasy 12, I said I'm playing it right now. It's not a bad game, but the combat system is not the worst ever, but it's certainly a drop in quality from the previous Final Fantasy games. And Final Fantasy 13, I actually liked the combat system, but the combat system took so long to get into because the first 2 or 3 hours of Final Fantasy 13, you're just simply mashing auto battle the entire time. And it's not until I guess it's within the first 5 hours, so it's safe to say until you become lessee that you actually, you know, get access to switching your paradigms and all that. So
the newest one looks good. It's coming out for the PS4. Looks more like free motion.
I'm kind of worried about that, just because the combat system in that is very Kingdom Hearts, and I'm kind of thinking to myself,
It's
if I
based on
wanted to play
Kingdom Hearts,
Kingdom Hearts combat style game, just buy Kingdom Hearts, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like Final Fantasy because I want Final Fantasy style combat. So I don't know. It could be a fantastic game, and I do know a lot of people are more excited than I am for it.
yeah, I'm on the fence. Like, I want to see that Kingdom Hearts style, and I want to see like this new interpretation of it in a Final Fantasy game. But at the same time, I don't want it to always be like that. I don't want it just to be another version of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Plus, considering like it's for the next gen consoles, so PS4 and all that, I don't have a PS4 yet. I'm quite satisfied with the PS3. So I need to catch up on games. I mean, I need to get more Tales of, for instance. I haven't gotten any Tales.
Yeah. Speaking of Kingdom Hearts, has anyone else here picked up the Kingdom Hearts manga series?
I need to. It's gotten re-released by Yen Press.
Yeah, I've read it through legitimate means. It's very good.
I just got put off by like the Disney characters. I've never been into Kingdom Hearts because of that.
That's how I got into it.
I just thought Disney and anime should never mix.
When I was young, I was addicted to it.
Yeah.
It was just like my life.
I think one of the good things that Kingdom Hearts did do was bring in the Disney characters, because that would bring in a more Western like audience, because they'd be like, oh hey, this is Disney characters. This has some influence from my culture, clearly. And that definitely make Western people more comfortable with the whole experience.
And then you have Cloud looking as awesome as ever in it.
Yeah.
In the Hercules
for no reason.
world.
It's brilliant. Like,
Actually,
it makes
you know how
no
that
sense that he's there.
Why why those two franchises are put together?
I think they got put together by like sheer chance, like luck of the draw.
I think it's like the Disney offices back then were like in Japan.
Yeah, the Disney offices and the Final Fantasy offices were like put together, and so the guy who was designing Kingdom Hearts was from Disney, and he happened to have a chance meeting with one of the Final Fantasy producers or executives. He was like, "Hey, I have this great idea for a combination game for an original character," and then they eventually got together and made the game series.
In fairness, it was a genius idea. I mean, look at how popular that series is.
Yeah.
Pretty amazing when you look at it, though. The sheer weirdness of the combination. Imagine if they threw Dragon Quest characters into it.
The only Dragon Quest that I have any memory of would be Sentinels of the Starry Sky, where the lead artist of the Dragon Ball series actually did the character models for that game, so they all gave a very Dragon Ball-ish physique.
Yeah, I was only recently I played Dragon Quest VIII, which was the PS2 game. It was pretty good. I mean, I thought the characters were a bit more flat than, say, most Final Fantasy games, but they all had their charms. It was a fun combat system, etc., etc. It was a good game overall. I'm just going to look back at the YouTube just to see if there's any new comments.
Oh yeah. I almost forgot that we were live.
Huge, don't we?
Yeah. It's creepy.
I'm not sure if anyone has actually posted any new comments. We're getting a good few thumbs up. We have 11 thumbs up now. It's good. I mean, I thought characters would be a bit more flat than, say, most fantasy games. Here we go, I'll be honest.
A playback.
The most recent comment is someone going so awake.
That's my entourage. That's a
57
friend of mine. Streams for you.
Well, there's one that was posted 18 minutes ago.
Hmm?
It says so awake. That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a good few, like, there are people watching. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what. Anyway, just to I meant to ask this at some point. I beg your pardon? Yeah, 18 minutes ago. Yeah, I read. Yeah, it's like there's a good few like there are people watching. Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
Can I just recommend something? A kind of a topic. I think I might have recommended this a good while ago, but it hasn't been addressed since then. What we're currently watching, currently reading. Did we answer that or?
No, we didn't.
Sorry?
No, we didn't.
Yeah. Do you think we should or?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Cool. Okay. So who wants to go first?
What's am I currently reading?
Well, I guess I'll go first.
I've
been reading Hajime no Ippo. No, not reading, but watching Hajime no Ippo while reading the Suicide Island. And
everyone's talking at the moment. We'll need to go one by one.
No, you've still got to chat on.
No, you've got the stream on.
live stream playing.
Which series was it? Hajime no Ippo?
Hmm?
Was it Hajime no Ippo?
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to read that. It just no one's licensed it.
Oh. I know it was licensed in America for a good while.
Yeah, the anime is, but that's Genion, I think, who are now out of business.
Yeah.
What I find hilarious is the fact that we've been at this for a good long time, and this is the first time we've actually had any trouble with people.
You've got the stream still playing.
Someone's posted in the chat, Immortallium, the background voice, or the stream. Yeah, but it's still playing.
Yeah, you've still got it playing.
Oh crap! I see the problem. Sorry. I
Yeah.
refreshed the YouTube page and I forgot to put it back on mute. Sorry.
Yeah.
Because when you said that all of these people are talking, it was only one person talking.
Ah, God Almighty. That's funny. Sorry about that. Okay. Let's just start. Let's get back to the topic. So, Hajime no Ippo, I would love to see that. Code Provider is a huge fan of that. I know that.
Yeah.
But considering the manga is like, what is it, 110 volumes now?
I haven't
Yeah.
really caught up on the manga.
I know
I
it's over
decided to watch
100.
the series first.
Just insane. And the anime, I'm assuming. Okay, so it was licensed over in America. It's still it's obviously out of print since Genion were the ones who had it.
Yeah.
Unless someone else rescued it.
I think it's still out of print over here in America. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah. So I would love to see it at some point. That would be something that would be a classic. But
I'm currently up to episode 28, and they certainly have a way of like hooking you in by giving you the opponent's backstory, and so it's like everyone has a reason to fight, and you're not quite sure to root for Ippo, the protagonist, or the other boxer. And it gets you kind of hooked into the actual matches.
well, that's the same kind of idea with Death Note. You know, like you don't know
Yeah.
who to really root for. So that would definitely be a hook. What I've been watching and reading as of late, well, from watching perspective, it's mainly been the Slayers. I only yesterday finished, what was the most recent one? Slayers Evolution R, which was the last Slayers TV series. I don't think there's anything after that. So it's only progressing with Fairy Tail, which I thought was pretty good, but nothing special.
Yeah.
Manga-wise, as I said, I've started Lone Wolf and Cub. I only finished 7 Billion Needles the other day, with a one from Archangel. And I'm also reading Hunter x Hunter. I finished Triton as well recently. You can see a review.
Trigun. That's a really good
No,
one.
not Trigun, Triton.
Oh, Tricoon. Okay.
Triton of the Sea. Do you know that one?
I saw your
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's an Osamu Tezuka one. It was kickstarted, you know, and all that. It was a big success. Trigun, I actually have the first omnibus of it. The when it was a shonen and not a seinen.
Yeah.
But I haven't actually read it yet. I considered reading that, but I thought Lone Wolf and Cub was a bit more of a priority, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's a really good series. I think the anime runs for 58 episodes.
Trigun.
Yeah, Trigun.
I think it's 26.
Hmm.
Let me just.
I remember
look
it being a lot longer, but that could be my memory playing tricks on me.
I'll just look it up quick just to check. 26 and the film. That's it.
Hmm.
Actually, speaking of that, just something I want to point out. I guess it might be a bit unfair to you guys, since none of you are from Ireland, but for any Irish reviewers, I just want to point out there's a con on in Cork, and two guests that are coming. One is Johnny Young Bosch, who voices Bosch, isn't he? In English?
I'm not quite versed in English animes that much anymore because I've been recently watching a lot of sub.
Oh yeah, that's perfectly fine. And J. Michael Tatum has also shown up, so I just thought I should bring that up just in case I have any Irish viewers. Not sure if we do, but you never know. We also have to keep in mind the fact that this will be going up on YouTube and future people will watch as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although anyone who sits down and watches this, I think in pure terms of length, we're almost up to the same length as Gone with the Wind. So it'll be some epic undertaking. Anyway, anyone else want to talk about what they've been watching and reading recently?
I've been reading Koe no Katachi, which is fairly recent. I'm not even sure it's been licensed anywhere because I've been reading it legitimately. And I've been watching Shinsekai Yori, which is from the New World.
Oh, I've heard of that. I think the manga has just come out in America.
Yeah, but the manga's kind of like a spin-off, but compressed down.
It was a
The
light novel
manga-
originally, was it?
I think it was like light novels, then anime, then manga. But yeah, I'd actually recommend
Most
reading the
stuff
manga
seems to
though.
work with light novels.
I'd recommend reading the manga because it, like before the anime, because it deals with the suspense more. Because
I dropped the anime when it was airing because it was like really slowed, and I was watching other stuff, and I was quite disappointed because it was A1 Pictures. I might go back to it, but you just said there, like, I should have read the manga before.
Yeah, I think reading the manga is better because basically what I think is a really good plot point is like what the world is, but they spoil it in the first 5 seconds of the anime. Whilst you've got to get to the end of the manga to actually find that out. So it's more rewarding to read the manga from what I've seen so far.
That's
And
a bit unusual.
Katachi, yeah. And Koe no Katachi is a manga about a boy who bullied a deaf girl through all of high school. Like the entire first episode is him bullying her all the way through primary school, elementary school they call it. And then it's done. It starts episode 2, and the rest of the series is him in high school trying to make up for him being a complete prick. And he's like trying to give her back all the things that he took from her, and it's really heartwarming. But yeah, that's why I've been.
Sounds a bit odd.
It sounds kind of like an anime version of My Name is Earl, with the whole karma redemption thing.
If you want to call it that, it's not exactly the same tone. But yeah, look out for it when it does get licensed, because it will.
I was wondering, Mecca, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, just checking because your picture at the bottom hadn't moved for a while, so I was just curious. Yeah, what have you been watching recently? Unless you're not done. What's your name again?
No.
Kanata.
Alright.
Nah, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
Alright. Recently I started Yoshihiro Tatsumi's A Drifting Life.
I need to get that.
It is
so awesome.
Really thick.
That's a beautiful book.
It doesn't. It just like I'm not sure how far you're into it. At some point, doesn't your man meet Tezuka?
That's possible. I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay. I think I've heard that he did. I would love to get it. That and some of his other works as well. You showed some other works from him. What was it? Black Something was one of them.
Other works by Yoshihiro Tatsumi?
Yeah.
There's The Pushman and Other Stories. And there's Abandon the Old in Tokyo.
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I would love to get those at some point. Just the problem is they seem kind of pricey for what is about 160 pages or something.
Yeah, especially these are pretty short. Then you've got this one. It's
so I would definitely love to get Drifting Life. That would definitely be worth
that one would probably be more worth your money.
Yeah, but I would love to check out his other stuff. I also need to check out what's his name? The guy who did one I can't even remember. You know that one that was all about the yokai? You had an omnibus of it.
Oh yeah, yeah. Shigeru Mizuki.
Yeah, I need to get more stuff with him.
Yeah, his the second part of his Showa series comes out next month, I think, in May.
The one I kind of have my eye on is that war one he did.
Yeah.
Anyway, go on. So you're reading Drifting Life.
Yeah. And as far as anime goes, I'm trying to get through something called Legend of the Galactic Heroes.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's really long. Supposed to be one of the greatest epic space opera military kind of thing. There's a lot of subgenres to it.
Is it any good?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that everything?
Yeah, and as far as seasonal stuff, I'm more likely to wait for the season to end so I can actually watch it all. Like
I generally wait for box sets. You know, I usually prefer English dubs unless the English dub is particularly bad, and I just like to watch it all in like one go and like not have to wait.
Yeah, I'm more inclined to watch it all in one go if I can. Yeah.
Now, when I say in one go, I mean like maybe 2 episodes a night. I don't literally mean from the very beginning to the very end.
Yeah.
I was laughing at on one of the Slayers videos. You said you might do a marathon of it. I was just thinking, imagine if you watched all 104 episodes in a row.
No, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. It'd be fun to watch though. And has anyone else not mentioned what they've been reading or watching?
I've just been watching seasonal stuff, Noragami, Nisekoi, No Mashu Pego.
Is Nisekoi any good? I'm considering the manga.
Yeah, I would like to pick up a manga, but the good thing now, they've announced that it's only a 20-episode series because we had no idea how long it was at the start because the manga is ongoing. So that's one relief, I guess, because I didn't want to have another series that was going to go on for 100+ episodes. It's different, I would say that, but it has its charm. I'm liking it at the moment of what I've watched. It's particularly funny, very funny moments in it. Generic story, but I think the characters, push the story forward. And if you didn't like the characters, you wouldn't have watched as far as episode 3. But because there's something in those 3 characters, you want to progress with the story. But my favourite this season is probably Noragami. Just I don't know, it's something about it. It was just amazing to watch each episode, especially the soundtrack for that. I didn't want to mention Kill la Kill because obviously that was last season, but I've been enjoying that as well because it's coming to an end as well. So.
I'll be waiting for the box set. Anime Limited have actually mentioned they've picked it up. They showed at the Anime Society, and like the first 5 episodes, and they were pretty good. In fairness, pretty crazy story. Felt very fooly-cooly.
Yeah, you just have to go in it without expecting it being realism. It's like it's totally off the wall craziness. Just that's what I think a lot of people. I heard or thought that I wouldn't call Gurren Lagann quite realistic. That's quite off the top wall at times. But I don't like comparing the two because it can't, even though they're from the same creators. But I had this discussion the other day. You can't compare them. But if you like not being serious and just have some good moments and epic moments and funny moments, Kill la Kill for you.
I'll definitely be, keeping an eye out on the upcoming release. Something's popped in my head, but I'll probably wait to ask it until everyone's done their what they're watching and reading. Has anyone not addressed it yet?
I think Dylan's the only one, but I'm not quite sure if he's here.
Yo, Dylan, you here?
No.
Should we take it as a no? Yeah, I think he might be. He might have DC. He did say. He says in the group chat, you know, his internet is horrible. So it's quite possible he has DC'd. So everyone else has, you know, addressed the topic, I think. I just wanted to ask something. Actually, it just popped in my head when Kill la Kill was mentioned. The other big series that came out was Space Dandy. Have any of you been watching it?
Yes, actually. Yes. I've seen about 5 or 6 episodes.
I've only watched the 1 episode. Not that I've dropped it, I've just haven't got the chance because I've got too many other series to watch.
Yeah, I kind of pushed Space Dandy off to the side so I could finish some of the other series that I've started earlier this year.
Yeah. Well, I've just literally found out.
Sorry?
I was just going to say, I just literally found out just today, just now, that it's not a 13 episodes. It's going to be 13 episodes, and then it's going to take a break, and then it's going to come back again for 20 episodes, man.
So, I think 26 in total.
26 in total. At the start of the season, it just said 13, and then now I think it's confirmed that there's a part 2 to it, so that'll come.
Yeah, so a second season.
Over following season, I don't know.
There's a website over here called Wakanim. It's legal streaming site. Oh yeah, you guys, some of you guys are in it.
Kill la Kill.
Yeah, I watched the first episode of Space Dandy, and the first half of the episode was fairly weak in my opinion. You know, it wasn't that good. But the last half was like completely epic. You know, like where they get to that planet and everything's like disintegrating, and the robot shows up, and it's like the animation is just incredible in that sequence.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one like as you said, it's not one I've dropped. It like I just haven't watched any more of it because I'm kind of waiting to see maybe like the box set coming out. I don't know. Then again, if it is a 13 episode series and they're going to charge £40 for it, I don't know.
I'm not doing that now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not doing that now. When I found out it's going to be more than 13 episodes, I'll wait until the complete box set and be at a lower price. I'm not paying £40 for 13 episodes.
Yeah, that would be fairly, you know, extreme. Yeah, I think. Do you think that's covered everything? I just realized I never had lunch. Just someone was at the window there, just kind of going, you know, oh, you haven't eaten yet, you know, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize. So, I think we've covered everything. We've been on air for at least 4 hours.
Oh no.
We might just do a quick check to see the Q&As, just to see if there's any questions, new questions asked. If not, I guess we can kind of call it a day. What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm back. What's happened?
We were just talking about how we might be finishing up.
I'm back. What's going on?
We might be finishing up. We're just going to check to see if there's any new questions that have been asked.
Okay.
Because I realized I haven't eaten anything since, you know, breakfast. So I'm just checking the comments. Nah, the last comment is so awake. So I think we might call it a day at that. Everyone cool with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you all for showing up. This was well, it actually involves more people than just the anime YouTube community group. It involves what was the other group called? The Galaxy one, you know?
Yeah, I know, Galaxy. That's what most of us.
Yeah, Anime Galaxy. First time I've ever actually heard of it, so you know I'll have to check that up soon. It's an invite-only thing, is it?
Well, it's not really. Ben, can you explain?
I can't explain it more with us.
It's basically
It's not an actual Google group then.
No, it's not. It's not on Google Plus. It's just a group of people who uploads.
Collaborating.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a collaborative group of people that like to discuss or do anime reviews.
And stuff like that.
Okay. I thought it was an actual Google community thing. I think someone's just asked a question.
Oh.
Yeah, ex-Mad Stevie Mountain. He says, worst anime you guys ever seen?
Recently,
You
Blood.
answer that? Yeah, should we answer that or?
Yeah.
I try and think before I watch things, so I've never fell into that trap.
The only one I really hated was Blood Sea, but I dropped it. And
Blood Sea.
Blood Sea, yeah, I didn't
Oh, I
like.
actually liked Blood Sea. And then again, I got to the ending where there's the big twist, so that explained.
Yeah.
I take it's a series that if you go to the end, you'll appreciate it a lot more than just seeing it at just seeing the first few episodes. It is a bit of a slog, I will admit, but I actually ended up enjoying it. If I had to say worst series I've ever seen, I'll actually discuss these movies. There's two movies. I can't remember the Japanese title. It's very complicated, but the English titles was Legend of the Demon Womb and Legend of the Overfiend. And it was awful, just plain awful. Do you guys know it?
I do.
No.
Pretty
Yeah,
notorious.
it's just the biggest load of crap I've ever seen. So I would say that is the worst thing I've ever seen. I got it cheap at least, €3 for the two films, but I even think that's a waste of money. Okay, anyone else?
Well, if I'm not liking a series, then I normally just drop it. So can't really say my worst.
True. I buy
Yeah,
box sets,
same.
so if I don't like it, I'm stuck with it.
The worst series in my collection, which I've watched to the end, was Elemental Delayed. I halfway through.
Elemental Joy?
Don't even get
You
me
really
started.
think that's bad?
Out of everything I own, it's my worst one. I bought them all, and I really enjoyed the first part, but the second part just kind of dragged on for me.
I really enjoyed Elemental Delayed. I kind of thought it was quite a heartwarming story.
I thought it was crap overall. The animation was average for the characters. The background was poorly drawn, and the characters were as stereotypical as they can come. Like there's actually, in fact, there's one scene where I really realized, oh God, I hate this series. It was where they're on the boat. You remember the boat?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, they were trying to get to that continent so they could go where one's castle is or whatever.
Oh yeah,
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're on the boat, and there's a bit where the lead character gets kind of possessed, and he tries to strangle young one, and one of the characters accidentally walks in on him, and he says, "Oh my God, I should have knocked or something," as if like they were having sex, but it's very clear that the other character is actually strangling. So I just felt like, and there it just seemed like they were trying to be funny, where it was just really, really poorly done. And that's when I realized, God, I hate this series.
Well, from what I remember of it, I remember quite actually enjoying it.
My
Then
friend
again, when I
enjoyed it,
went into it,
But you gotta say, the opening kicks ass.
yeah.
Oh,
when I
the
went
opening
into it,
fantastic, the actual, opening music kind of stuff.
That's why when I saw it, illegitimately years ago, I was like, oh, I can buy them now because I found them on the cheap. So I bought all the DVDs.
Sorry, actually, there's a phone call for me. I'll be back in a sec, okay?
okay.
Yeah.
When I went to Elemental Delayed, I didn't know what to expect, so I kind of went into it with an open mind. So
Yeah. Well, I went into it with open mind, and like I said, I enjoyed the first part, but towards the end, it just got tiresome, I guess. I don't know. I just got forced to watch it to the end.
Or you get forced.
Yes. Well, I bought them, so I must watch them.
Well, I've still got shows I haven't even opened, so.
Yeah. Anyone else got a bad series or?
Well, there's some
Something's bad, I'm pretty sure. I don't watch it, so.
Yeah, I think we all drop it, so.
there's some that
sorry,
are so bad that they're
it was just a
good.
quick phone call. Sorry. What was the general consensus that people hated Elemental Delayed?
I liked it. I thought it was good.
Okay. Well, I do have a friend who liked it as well, and she always jokes that at some point she's going to show it in the Anime Society just to upset me. But, yeah. Has anyone not entered the worst anime?
Well, there's some that are so bad that they're good, like MD Geist.
High School DxD, so bad it's good.
Oh, I saw like the first 2 episodes at the Anime Society, and I just thought I just couldn't stick it. I walked out.
I think the worst kind of bad anime are the kind that are just boring.
Yeah, that would. Well, I wouldn't have okay, High School DxD. I wouldn't have said it was boring. It kind of was, but my biggest issue with it was simply the fact that they were just using fan service so blatantly that it just sucked out anything, anything enjoyable or fun or anything out of it. I did a fan service rant one time on YouTube, and I was comparing High School of the Dead to High School DxD and talk about how fan service was actually decently used in that. I mean, High School of the Dead, I know it's like rife with fan service, but at least that isn't the only thing in the entire series.
Yeah.
You still have your awesome action sequences and everything.
I know in one series that I watched previously, it actually incorporated the quote-unquote fan service into the story where basically the main character can control all sorts of iron sources through psychic means, but he uses breast milk as an energy source for his powers, so that kind of sets that up. I can't remember the name of it. All I can remember is that the main character has white hair and red eyes. I'll try to find it for you later, Kaniva.
It's like 2 a.m. Tell me in the morning.
Archangel's on here watching us now.
Oh.
He was just those were the if you look up the YouTube page, he actually has the Japanese title for it for the 2 movies I was talking about are awful. What was it? I'll just read out actually. Urotsuki Doji.
Oh yeah.
Do you know that one?
Was pretty responsible for people thinking anime is super violent and sexual.
Yeah, there's actually like a tentacle rape scene in it.
Yeah. I think in the UK in particular, that one's responsible for that kind of stigma towards anime.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was just utter crap. Then again, I think the manga entertainment, I think they fiddled about a lot of scenes with it and everything. So I don't know, the original might be better, but I've only seen those 2. They were definitely awful.
I know one movie in my region that's particularly bad for influencing like a negative view about anime would be the Akira movie, since that's well known throughout the Americas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not as extreme as Urotsuki.
Yeah. But it is pretty gory, especially towards the end.
The Dragon transformation sequence.
Yeah.
That's freaky as hell. I'm just checking if Archangel will come back. I'm not sure. We were kind of gonna wrap it up anyway, weren't we?
Yeah.
Once everyone's answered that question, the worst anime one. Has anyone not answered yet?
Pupa, probably, just because that's the only one that actually caught me by surprise.
What caught you by surprise?
Pupa, it's a fairly new series. Like, it goes for
Is
4
that the horror one
minutes.
that people are talking about, the psychological one?
Yeah, but it's just... Apparently the manga's alright, but the anime, the way they've done it is just so rubbish.
The animation studio for it are Studio Dean. They did Vampire Knight.
They also done Higurashi.
They did, oh, well, Higurashi animation, that's fairly ugh, you know?
Yeah, well,
Because
it is.
your man actually drew it himself in the original game, the creator, rather than hiring someone proper to do it. Actually, did you hear Higurashi, the games, they're greenlit on Steam.
Yeah, I know.
Really?
Yeah, so
I might
they're,
take a look.
they're retranslating it, so whenever it comes out, it'll be a new translation. Because apparently the older translation for it was fairly poor. The other thing I just want to point out as well is what's that one, Go-Go Nippon? Is that the one that came out?
Oh, Go-Go Nippon,
Yeah.
the visual novel on Steam.
Yeah, did you know that sold over 10,000 copies already?
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I seen Ego Raptor's reading of it. Which,
yeah, I don't think it's not the best representation of the genre.
Yeah, but it's still advertising it to other people to get them interested.
Yeah, and 10,000 copies is pretty good.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But with Steam's kind of iffy since their categorization kind of sucks, and there's only like 3 visual novels on it that I can think of. There's Analog A Hate Story, then Analog Sequel, then Go-Go Nippon. I believe there's one more, but if you're going to look for American visual novels, I would recommend a game production website called Desora. It's kind of like
definitely.
Steam, but their categorization system and their diversity is a lot better.
Have you heard of Long Live the Queen?
Yes, I actually own a copy.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's in difficulty, it's kind of wonky to get used to, but once you do and start understanding how the game works, it's really quite fun.
Yeah, I have it. I was given that as a gift, and I kept dying so frequently at the beginning.
Yeah, because you have to learn like which things are more important than the others, and like learn to have good decision making.
Yeah, but it's a very good game overall. Bit short, of course, but I guess that's part of its charm, the different paths, you know? Yeah,
like if you go with like military stuff, you can like rule the land as a militant queen or whatever.
Yeah, so definitely, there is someone told me there is a better visual novel series, like Japanese visual novel series called Princess Maker.
I haven't heard of that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, so I like that probably won't get released, but I would recommend Long Live the Queen.
Yeah,
it's very fun.
And while we're on visual novels as a topic, I would like to recommend Kursai no Kijutsu. It's one of the better visual novels I've read. It's kind of lengthy, averaging around 50 hours if you go down all the routes, but it's really good. It's not licensed in English, but there is a fan translation crack that you can get. So if you buy the actual Japanese version, I think you can apply the crack. So that's what I did. And I quite enjoy it. The storytelling is excellent, and the character development is quite good.
I just want to also point out Steins Gate is getting a release in North America on March 31st, the visual novel. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure in what format. Who's the distributor? It's by a company, I think, Nitro Plus, is it?
Nitro Plus. I think I remember reading a visual novel done by them.
Yeah.
I can't quite remember what format it was done in, though.
Yeah, so anyway, they're releasing that in North America, which seems pretty cool. I'll definitely be getting the anime when it's the complete series box set of it gets released over here in June. Because the anime is amazing. Okay. Is that it? Is everyone kind of... if anyone wants to do like a kind of a last shout out on something, you know.
Don't know what else to say.
Well, I know what I'll shout out on my channel. So, Immortallium is the main channel's name, and what you're seeing it on now is Immortallium's events, the event wing of it. I do anime reviews, manga reviews, discussions, unboxings when I get them, etc., etc. I also review games from time to time. Check it out. Anyone else?
Yeah.
I will. I'm happy to stop. Okay, Ben can stop.
Good scope.
Okay, I'm the Canberra Effects. The Canberra Effects. I do anime reviews, and I have a video game channel called The Cannabis Show, where I do video game reviews, as the title suggests. Over to anyone else.
I'm Cynical Noob, and I do videos of anime and anime discussions, and that's about it.
I am Scoot64 or 666 Blue Yoshi on YouTube. I kind of do live streams and stuff. I'm more of a discussion kind of guy, and I'm the new kid on the block, just trying to set everything up.
Yep. And my YouTube handle is Count Mecha. Sometimes I do reviews. I haven't done any in a while because I've been busy. Hopefully that'll change. But yeah, Count Mecha, pretty easy to search on YouTube.
And should we just briefly mention the other people who joined and aren't here now?
Archangel Manga.
Yeah. Was there anyone else?
We had that Jordan guy join.
Oh, yes, Jordan Bradford. Yeah, I forgot about him. In fact, he was actually the guy who recommended that we do this.
What happened to him?
So, everything?
I think so.
That's about all I've got.
Okay.
All my details are there. So.
Just one moment. If you check out the chat, Kenny, or whatever, I keep mispronouncing the name. Just as
just or Callum, just either way.
Just he has a thing he wants to ask.
Yeah, might as well throw mine in there for consistency's sake. Just because I know a few of you I've only just met today, which was a good experience. I'm still live.
Yep. It's always good to meet new people.
Yes, it is, definitely. Okay.
And I'll just throw this in here for giggles. Oh, wrong thing.
Okay. Is that everyone? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing someone.
Yes.
Ben's.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'll do it.
Okay, cool. Okay, so thank you everyone, and let's just thank the viewers as well for watching this. I doubt anyone actually, any viewer has actually stuck around for the entire thing. But but I thank everyone who's watched this. It's been quite an experience sitting here talking, and hopefully we'll do something like this again at some point. It's definitely something that I would look forward to in the future.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll sign off now, is it?
Sure. Nah.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Been a lot of fun.